All right. Hello, hello. It's another day, another stream in fascist America, where I'm located. And welcome. Welcome to whatever this is, an attempt at providing education, advocacy, and a little common sense in this digital wasteland. My name is Aubri Devashrayee. This week, I mostly have been focusing on, the start of World War III, that little event that's happening. And there are many people still, at least from what I'm observing on the internet, there are many people still confused why there would be conservative people who are advocating for all of this violence, advocating for war when Trump literally got into power by running on being anti-war, that he would end forever wars, that he and his cronies kept saying that Kamala would start a war with Iran. Well, guess what? Guess who actually started the war with Iran? Anyone who is paying attention, who has been paying attention, who understands Donald Trump's history, you will know that he is a liar. You will know that he has aligned himself with these fascists, because he also is fascist, and that they don't care about the truth or fulfilling their promises, and that this is all bolstered and supported by this rabid cult-like base, where there is this unending bloodthirst, unending cruelty, because that's what fascism is. The cruelty and the callousness is a main feature of this fascist ideology. It is not a bug in the system. It is what helps propel them into power, is by demonizing marginalized groups, by creating others that they do with policy and with their rhetoric, that they implement to get people used to these hierarchies of human dignity, where we already have been living in a situation where people who are undocumented are really limited in society, of this second class of existing in the United States of America, how there are so many laws that are targeting queer people, trans people especially, and where we can or can't go, move throughout the world, where we can work, who we can be interacting with, just like all of these different things. And so this has been going on for a while. That's why when people say that, like, we didn't just appear here out of nowhere, there is a lot of evidence showing this. And just ask anybody who is marginalized, who has been marginalized, discriminated against, especially like failed by this capitalist, white supremacist, heteropatriarchal system, that we have been living through all of this discrimination, and because it has gone unchecked by the supposed like opposition party, the Democrats, which they're just the other side of the fascist coin, that we have seen them cede ground on human rights issues, especially when it comes to trans people, and that this has led to their demise. The fact that they have constantly over the years given up human rights issues and civil rights issues, human dignity, for the sake of their donors and corporate interests is very damning. So we need to be calling that out. And there also is this, like I said before, this cult-like mentality that has captured the minds of people, because many people are already in various cults, especially when it comes to religion, white Christian nationalism. I'm located in Utah, and the LDS Church, colloquially referred to as Mormonism, because they don't like being called Mormons because they feel like it has a bad connotation now. They like said at one point, like, that's what Satan wants, is for us to be called Mormons. Okay. Since they don't respect trans people, I feel fine dead naming them. So that's my take. You have to give respect in order to receive respect, in my mind. This is my worldview now. Where we see these people who are already primed for this cult-like mentality, where they see like this supreme leader in the Mormon church, a prophet, president of the church, who is a fallible person, but they view as the messenger of God, the mouthpiece of God, and will say and do whatever to excuse their cognitive dissonance. And we need to be talking about this more, about the deconstructing of a cult-like mentality and why people who are used to living with cognitive dissonance, this is just par for the course for them. Where if they feel like there is this overarching theme of like trusting in God and the establishment, because they also view Donald Trump as like the instrument of God, that he can do whatever he wants and there won't be any pushback. And FD Signifier has a really excellent video that I have started watching, and I have not finished it, but I want to watch it. I want to watch it all the way through on the stream. It is called Charlie Kirk and the Conservative Death Cult, because it continually is proving itself to be true. It's about 2 hours, so that will take up most of the time today. And since I was like mentioning how, like trans people, queer people, gender nonconforming people, and all of these intersections of marginalization that people experience in addition to experiencing marginalization based on their gender identity and how they're presenting in the world, that I want to address all of these things, where race comes into play, where gender, where sexuality comes into play as well, and how this is a direct resistance to colonial patriarchy, which is a white supremacist form of domination that is imposed through violent means. And this is where we see these religions come from, how they are able to keep this violence going because they are existing in this framework that is deeply patriarchal, heterosexual, cisgendered, colonial, white supremacist, and how when we start doing the work of decolonizing all of these aspects, deconstructing these aspects, that we see how completely idiotic it all is, how it all is just on very unfirm ground when they try to claim all of these things about marginalized people, how they're making up all these reasons for this war, how once we are able to lay bare all of the faulty reasoning and how it is just par for the course for colonial oppression and imperialist violent aggression by the United States and by Israel as well, that, because they're one and the same, as we know, as many of us do know, that we see their arguments fall apart. And we also see how there is a through line of control and violent, non-consensual domination. And there is a reason why I like to talk about kink in the aspect of power dynamics, so that we can understand these interpersonal types of power exchanges and who has power, who doesn't, what is abuse, what is not, what is consensual, what is not, because these play into these larger structures of power, even and especially these geopolitical structures of power in foreign policy and the societies that we all live in. So, yeah. I know that's a lot to be throwing out. And not like it's anything new of what I talk about or anything like that, but this is what I'm wanting to tackle today. I do have a couple of crafts that I'm going to be working on. I'm still working on trying to get a craft cam so that you can see like what I'm doing with my hands. What do I do with my hands? That's another millennial reference. Anyway, I like to start off with some lighthearted fare. And this is another video by the icon Patti Harrison. Again, this was made in 2017. The video resolution is quite poor, I will admit, but it is a re-upload from like a screen recording that someone grabbed before this channel was taken down. And they have done the public a very great service by reposting these because otherwise we wouldn't have them. So, without further ado, this is Patti. Oh God. Patti reviews exotic animals. White kangaroo. Okay. See, it's the Alexandra account. Is that supposed to be Winona Ryder? Yeah, originally made in 2017 with Seriously TV, whose channel has been deleted. Okay. Oh, and then after all of this, I'm going to be reading Wuthering Heights. So, stick around.
Do kangaroos her age normally smoke cigarettes? Because I saw a pack of Camel Menthols in her pouch.
Oh, I didn't see that. She must have snuck that when I wasn't looking.
The music.
Welcome to Patti Reviews, Exotic Animal Edition. Today we're here with Nature Nick, and he's brought along with him...
And this...
is...
White kangaroo. This is Blizzard.
KKK, Mickey Mouse. Nick, she's so cute. Would it be okay if I help her?
KKK Mickey Mouse.
But you're going to need this pouch.
I'm not wearing denim.
Amazing.
You're f***ing with me. I will not wear Pro. I am now a mom. Thank you so much, Nick. So what exactly is a kangaroo?
I am now a
Kangaroos are
mom.
marsupial.
Like a dog?
No, that would be any animal that has a pouch to carry their babies around in.
Wait, Nick, I have a pouch. Am I a marsupial?
This seems like he's friendlier in this. These are usually the ones at like the beginning stage of them recording these videos where he's a little more chipper, doesn't really know what to expect. He hasn't kind of taken on the persona that he's annoyed by what's happening. Whether it's a persona or he actually is annoyed, that is to be determined.
Well,
what would you say is the best eatins on
Well,
this kangaroo? Pro, strong legs, good meat. Pro, this animal's nose is pink, and people love pink, especially women. If you're a brainwashed woman who loves pink and nothing else, this animal's for you. Wear it for any court hearing you have. Wear it for all the court hearings you have, and will have. You're going to court a lot, believe me. I'm taking your ass to court. Lawyer up, bitch. I'm suing your ass. Con, this animal has...
Saying being a brainwashed woman into liking the color pink is so real and funny. It's like, for me, being born assigned female at birth, being socialized in a female manner, I did feel compelled to like the color pink for a very long time, especially in the household that I grew up in, where I have two older sisters, and it was a very conservative environment where it was like, oh yeah, girls like pink. I was dressed in pink a lot for a long time, and it wasn't until I was like allowed to pick out my own clothes. This is the world that I grew up in, that I was like, I don't think I like pink that much. I don't think I like it. It feels annoying to me to feel compelled to like the color pink. So I went a long time throughout my life not liking the color pink after that. And now I've kind of come back around because I'm like, who cares about gender, whatever, because my gender is fluid. I like some shades of pink, especially depending on how they're being used, but that's my pink indoctrination story. Indoctrination, that's what it is.
Died 5 times during shooting, and I've had to resuscitate it every time. He didn't do anything. Nick didn't try to
5 times.
Help at all. Con, they hop everywhere. It's like, bitch, just walk. Nick, I think she's going to sleep. Would it be okay if I fought her?
She wouldn't mind. You could do good boxing with her. There we go.
Pro, this thing fights, and it knows how to punch. My shins are covered in bruises.
The heartbeat noise. That's so sad to wake it up to, just to do that. Her in the audience.
When it comes to exotic
Damn.
animals, I give this little baby kangaroo 5 out of 5 cutes. Thanks so much, Nick. Now, if you excuse me, I need to put the baby down. Oh, little baby. Oh, baby, you filled this sack with You filled this denim sack with poop. If you enjoyed this video,
Okay. And there isn't a channel to subscribe to, which is what this call to action, CTA, if you will, in marketing terms, is at the end. Okay. Moving on. Actually, I was going to say something else about the video. What was it? I think that's the only animal that Patty's given 5 out of 5 for. That's an accomplishment. Good job, bitch. Okay. FD came out with a video 6 hours ago called "The Democrats Are Running a Republican Playbook," and I am guessing that this will fit very well with the conservative death cult video that he created as well. So let's give this a watch because I have not seen it, and then get into the Charlie Kirk and the conservative death cult. Okay.
Teacher again or a grifter? I will never be a grifter. In between that is slop tuber. So you have to think? No, I was trying to make sure I made this make sense. I can never be a grifter. I don't have this, I don't have it in me. There's a part of me that's like, man, Candace Owens is bad and here's why. Or better yet, why I left the left. Let me get too many more shady bad empanada comments in my comment section. I wish, but I can't do it. I don't have the type of brain. I don't have that in me to lie like that.
He actually seems to have a
is
moral
in between
compass as
because
well.
your boy got bills. So when you do start seeing the Candace Owens videos pop up more, if you see me reacting to on streaming, on FD streams, just know your boy's in financial trouble and I just don't want to do the GoFundMe yet. Once you start seeing me reacting to what's the dude's name? Gay black conservative. I don't remember this cat's name. I hate him so much. He got glasses. He makes the same fucking black culture is bad video every like once a month. It's good that y'all don't know him. No, not the DNC dude. He on my radar though. Wait. Let me be a little shady. I'm gonna tell you who I got my eye on. I'm just waiting for him to fuck up. This motherfucker right here. I don't know who this dude is. But the way he's been astroturf on my feeds the last month, I'm like,
Isaiah
yo,
Martin?
sus. He's been so astroturf on my feed. I'm like, where did you come from, bro? And he's running for.
This is also something that I've been seeing on the internet a lot more lately, is this aspect of how most conservative movements, these fascist movements, are astroturfed, meaning like they come out of nowhere, they're plants where they have all of this support seemingly out of nowhere. It's because they're funded by big money. It's because they are controlling all of these systems and platforms and algorithms, and then they are artificially inflating someone's presence and fame and numbers so that they get the kind of notice that they're wanting.
Congress. He's running for Congress in Texas. So I'm not gonna hate too bad. But he's literally running as a debate bro. He's a liberal. He's not a conservative. I'm gonna make that clear. He's a liberal. He's not a conservative. He's not doing the shit. I'm not gonna call this man a. but he's literally running as a debate bro, and it's the funniest, most off-putting thing I've seen. So I got my eye on him. I've been trying to find the language to address the proliferation of black liberals, the way I feel like black liberals are being showcased as, like I saw something on TikTok the other day, some young, and it's a lot of black women. I think, oh, hot take, this may have to be a short because I don't know how long I want to talk about this.
Yeah, because of the tokenization and intersections of marginalization that they're like, oh, if we get certain groups of people, certain kinds of people talking about this, then we're going to manufacture consent that we can claim, oh, everyone thinks this, or more people think this than they actually do. Again, the astroturfing.
But I may have to get this take out just to say I called it. I feel like the modern blue MAGA is using the conservative playbook of pushing black women to the front to be their shills for, right now, Israel. Because I keep seeing pro-Israel stuff from black women and black women politicians. It starts with Jasmine Crockett, right? Where they did it with Kamala during the election, but I'm starting to see more on Threads and TikTok, more like really overt, unnatural. It's just as unnatural sounding as black women Republicans. Hold up, let me see if I can find it. Let me hold up. Yeah, there we go. Here she goes.
How can I defend Israel as a black woman?
Oh shit! Did y'all hear that? Yo! Like, is this AI? Am I getting caught up?
How can
Yeah,
I
it
defend
feels
Israel
like it.
as a
No,
black
this is not
woman?
AI.
This is a question I have been asked so many
How
times.
much have you been
since I started
paid for
openly
it?
supporting Israel.
That's the real question.
I think this is a really silly question. My skin color has nothing to do with how I think or how I come to conclusions. I used to be very anti-Israel back in the day, and that belief had everything to do with my skin color and nothing to do with using my brain or using facts or logic.
Do you see how it's literally the same exact angle?
Mamdani won yesterday because the education system failed my generation. 75% of voters under the age of 30 supported Mamdani.
Wait. Contains AI generated media. All right. So, woo, they really going in with this shit.
Where the fuck?
I'm not a Republican, but defining woke is actually pretty easy.
This
Wokeness is
can't
the
be
belief that
AI.
everything that exists. Here's a quick update for day 3 of war with Iran, because honestly, there's
And literally, if you have any part to play in the American military industrial complex, literally, fuck you. I hope you never make it home.
Yeah, honestly.
I'm so serious.
this woman is a traitor to our country and a disgusting human being who does not deserve to enjoy how amazing America is. We live in a country where we have freedoms that
I'm really not seeing the AI. Am I tripping? Am I just getting, is it getting that good?
Here's a recap of the second day of war with Iran. The U.S. and Israel launched
Yeah,
war
we got
missiles
words
today.
in the background. Her hair is different.
U.S. just bombed.
Here's a recap of the breaking news. Israel just bombed. If the U.S. strikes the Islamic Republic, this
All right, I'm looking. Yeah, that's irreversible damage. I'm pretty sure I know that book. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is real. Wasn't this a weird anti-trans book? Good Lord, they're getting more sophisticated. So she presented
I hate
as,
that.
what I saw, this is what I saw.
U.S. just bombed Iran to defend Israel. Yup, that's right. While Americans live paycheck to paycheck, our taxpayer dollars ain't going to make our lives better. No. It's going to bombing innocents overseas to defend a
It might be in the
genocidal terrorist
eyes
state.
as well.
Israel derangement syndrome is a hell of a mind virus. Let's put aside for a
Of,
second
like,
people
seeming
this
like they
obviously
can't,
know
like,
nothing about Israel and
like, you
probably
can't really
even
focus
define
on them.
terrorism or genocide.
Kaya. So now I went to her Twitter. So Free Black Thought, Objective Standard Institute, current advocate for the secular liberal right? For the what?
What the fuck does that
What is
mean?
a secular liberal right? Does she just mean 1990s Republican?
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, Kaya, I wish I could be like you. I'd make so much money because I'm way more charismatic and talented. I wouldn't even say that's Clinton. Is that Clinton Democrats? Yeah, that might work. All right, so Free Black Thought, honoring black viewpoint diversity for the sake of our democracy. So I don't know what to make of this. This is giving ADOS. Yeah, this is giving ADOS. Woo, that's another video I need to do. Is this AI on their splash page? The Kirk assassination and the death of debate. The party that forgot how to win. Is this is fucking Glenn Lowry. These black conservatives. Y'all niggas ain't slick. Ex-woke, ex-non-binary. Y'all niggas ain't slick. And what was this one? Objective Standard Institute? Is this Ayn Rand?
Ugh. I'm just laughing. Ayn Rand. Oh, we're going to get to C.S. Lewis, probably some J.R.R. Tolkien. People that the conservative right love. And Ayn Rand is like the author of the conservative right. They love the book Anthem, where they're like, oh, it's all about we now. It's about me now. That's like what that book is about, the emergence of the self, of I, as this revolutionary thing. Meanwhile, they are engaged in the largest amount of brainwashing and groupthink possible. And it's hilarious to see how they think they understand literature and that it's like she's one of the few authors they actually read. So,
oh God.
Yikes.
Oh, I'm so happy I stumbled on this. So I want to coming back full circle. So first off, this is not a big creator, right? And that's the thing to remember. There is a threat right now with how entrenched the blue MAGA is with black folks in general. It's not hard to play on the reactionary tendencies of black voters right now. It's just not at least from a left-wing stance. I got people in Chicago that are complaining about immigration because of shit they heard that happened, that might have happened because a bus of Venezuelans came to Chicago and Brandon Johnson, like one of the first socialist mayors, did this, that, and the third because white people and Venezuelans. The Democrats are doing stuff like this with Jasmine Crockett, and I see it all over threads, where they're playing into culture wars, gender wars stuff to kind of like ease in a lot of this blue MAGA nonsense. When I talked to the Jam Boys, they were talking about Trump's ICE. And you see the Hakeem Jeffries of it all. What they're doing with Jasmine Crockett right now is so sad and so frustrating. She didn't get a check. She ain't even getting a check yet. She ain't took no AIPAC money. She's doing it for the love. She's doing it for the promise of a check. I'm assuming.
Well, she already went to Israel.
Hey, I'll do it. They're really trying to subterfuge neoliberal fascism. They're trying to use the Obama playbook. That Obama playbook was effective. Folks be clowning me. Shout out to Think Beast Tribe. I never forget when I first told Think Beast Tribe how much I loved Obama when I was his age. And he laughed at me. Nigga laughed. That wasn't nice. Think Beast Tribe chuckled. He was like, damn, nigga, how? I was like,
laughing at him for liking Obama. I love Think Peace Tribe, by the way, so check them out. He makes amazing content and they collaborate together occasionally. But that also is like this generational thing of growing up, what it was like during, Obama running for office. This was when I was still in my Mormon arc in life, and so I was like not involved. And so I'm out of that, which is why I'm here trying to make amends. I don't know. Anyway, I love Think Peace Tribe. Go check him out. That's so funny.
Y'all don't understand how slick this shit was in the moment and how there was no left tube in 2008. We were going up against 50 years of counterinsurgency and media manipulation.
Exactly. Calling out Think Peace Tribe, and that is so funny. Okay. So, moving right along, let's go into the conservative death cult video. And this is the only video I have ever seen that you have to click something beforehand saying like, I understand this may talk about some violent and like suicidal things. That's never happened. In all the amount of content that I watch, which is a lot of like heavy subject matter, to be honest, I have never seen this. The fact that they are censoring FD signifier in this way, means that he is on their radar and that he's also being disproportionately censored when someone like Charlie Kirk was never censored in this way, and how there is this very skewed way that they're going about all of this censorship. The people who are crying like, don't censor me, the conservative people, they are hardly ever censored. They just want to say hate speech is what they're talking about. Let's look at some of these comments. Nah, why did I get a suicide prevention notice on this vid? Exactly. And then we have this that YouTube automatically adds. I feel like it's so crazy that I can watch a million true crime videos with no problems and somehow this gets flagged. FD getting harder censorship than Charlie ever did is how I know he's on the right side of history. Exactly. All right.
Americans have been mass shooters over the last 10 years?
Too many.
Now, 5 is a lot, right? I'm gonna give you some credit. Do you know how many mass shooters there have been in America over the last 10 years?
Counting or not counting gang violence?
Great.
I want to watch.
On April 20th, 1999, I was in my junior year of high school in math class in the middle of what seemingly was a normal day. And my teacher, whose name I don't quite remember, came into class late with a ghostly look on his face. He was a first year teacher, one of the few black male teachers I think I had all through high school. He was from Colorado, so he had a bit of a Carlton Bank swag, very proper. But he settled us down and then announced that there had been a shooting at a high school in Colorado and that our school, way in Illinois, might be dismissed soon. I didn't go to a school where I worried about safety that much. This is the South Chicago suburbs in the 90s, and don't get me wrong, gang violence was definitely a thing, even in the suburbs back then. But in my school, at worst, there were a few fights. I might have seen some gang activity once or twice. So it was weird to all of us that this shooting was significant enough in a whole state across the country that they were gonna cancel school here, or that anything about our school in particular would need to change in the aftermath of the Columbine massacre. Now understand, gang issues have been relevant to the city of Chicago for decades. I wasn't even allowed to wear a certain color combination since like 5th grade because even in the suburbs, the gang problem was serious enough for them to pay attention. I had to learn a handshake or two to walk through my neighborhood just to get to school for a short period of time. But I didn't know any serious gangsters, right? I wasn't in the streets like that. And the streets that you would have to be in like that were not near me. But I do vividly remember stories of Yummy Sandifer, Dantrell Davis, and Girl X. Horrifying stories of crime in Chicago in the 90s, but far enough away that I didn't think about it in my daily life. At the same time, it did reflect enough of my world that I understood that I was still somewhat a part of it. But I didn't fear it at school. My high school was pretty decent. It was well mixed at the time, both racially and socioeconomically. There was a handful of rougher kids in the city who went to school, but that was it. I worried more about getting roasted at the lunch table than getting chased home by GDs. But after Columbine, I suddenly had a new fear that I needed to face every day. Random, quiet, edgy white boys. Well, not super random, because one thing that came out of Columbine was that there was a certain type of young white male that was almost always behind these types of events, and they were more common at my school than any alleged thugs. See, much like the black parts feeding into the school, there were also poor white parts, and I noticed early on that the poor white kids at the school did not mix well with the ones from the nicer part of the suburbs. In fact, they were bullied incessantly by those kids, and some of those kids fit the description, if you will. They seemed frustrated with the world in ways that didn't make sense to me, because to me, they were still white, couldn't be that bad, right? Over the years, I found most of these guys on Facebook, and most of them, I would say, are living useful, healthy lives. Most of them actually have moderate to liberal politics at the end of the day. But a few of them still seem very, very angry. But these days, I kind of get it. Young men like Dylan Klebold and Eric Harris, the perpetrators of the Columbine massacre, they, for whatever reason, felt very similar to these boys and men. And they just decided to respond in destructive and horrifying ways. And of course, you know, they weren't the first or the last.
Students also say that members of the small suburban gang bragged about their guns and ammo. One cyber chatter even recalled a previous warning that a certain El Caress wrote about preparing for the big April 20th. You're all gonna be sorry. Terrorism experts widely know that this time of year has been extremely violent throughout history. April 19th is the anniversary of many painful moments, from Waco to Ruby Ridge to Oklahoma City. And this past April 20th was the 110th anniversary of Adolf Hitler's birthday.
April 20th might just turn out to be a watershed date for an event such as what occurred in Colorado, and might in the future precipitate other types of events like this.
In 1999, Columbine was actually the fourth school shooting to get significant media coverage in around 4 years. A few years before, Kip Kinkle shot 20 students a day after murdering both his parents in Oregon. In that same year, 2 middle school students set up a sniper's nest and pulled the fire alarm at Westside Middle School in Arkansas, killing a teacher and 4 middle schoolers. Sometime later, there was another shooting in Georgia, or maybe it was back in Colorado, maybe it was Illinois. Fast forward some years and it's a guy driving a car through a college in California. It's hard to say. There's so many, and to be honest, I personally stopped counting them the way I did back in 2012 in Newton, Connecticut, because that's when I realized that no matter what happened or how many people died, nothing was ever going to be done about this problem. In 2012, Adam Lanza used a Bushmaster.
It also needs to be said that if this was happening at private schools, at charter schools, there would be a different reaction as well. That this is happening at public schools, that this is not happening where the capitalists are sending their kids to school, that can't be separated from class and the kinds of violence that people are viewing as acceptable, and then what people then do or do not do in Congress or passing legislation.
XM15 to kill 27 people, 7 adults and 20 elementary school age children. You would think that such an event would elicit national outrage strong enough to change gun laws in this country forever. That's what happened in other places where mass shootings occur. You'd think that this nation would do some deep reflection on its engagement with guns, mental illness, and the ways
you would
young
think.
men, mostly white
One
young
would
men,
think.
are being socialized to make sure that something this senseless would never happen again. Surely someone would pay a price for the death of nearly 30 innocent people, mostly innocent children, innocent, mostly white children. But no. Instead, it actually birthed a new conspiracy movement. People like Alex Jones made harassing the families of the victims their new content formula, so much so that he was sued into relative obscurity. And once that happened, it became clear nothing would ever be done about these types of spree shootings, because it's more important to serve the interests of gun lobbyists and the ideology that represents it than to serve the people suffering from the gun violence themselves. Because to them, to white America especially, it's worth it. I think it's worth it to have
a cost of, unfortunately, some gun deaths every single year, so that we can have the Second Amendment to protect our other God-given rights.
Oh, that line did not age well for him, and we need to constantly point out this hypocrisy. So I appreciate FD doing this.
A source tells CNN that Trump ally and the founder of Turning Points USA, Charlie Kirk, was shot at an event on a college campus in Utah.
Kirk was actually shot in the neck. The school adding that
Happened
Kirk
here
was
in
20
Utah.
minutes into speaking
when shots were fired from a nearby building. According to the university, there are reports that Kirk was hit.
We can hear the audio where an
At
audience
Utah
member
Valley
asked
University.
Kirk about mass shooters in America right before the gunshot. An audience member says, "Do you know how many mass shooters there have been in America over the last 10 years?"
Yeah.
Kirk says, "Counting or not counting gang violence," and that is when that single shot was fired.
It is my
that
my
is
great
wild.
dishonor to be the person that
That's
says
the
this
timing
and
of
breaks
all
this
of
to
that.
you on television, but Charlie Kirk,
Which
according
seems
the
to have
President of the United
completely
States,
been missed by the conservative
dead.
death cult that we're talking about.
When I look at the
Weird
very
to see Utah in the headlines in this way, too. The fact that there is gun violence is not surprising. People tend to view Utah as like, oh, it's just full of white people, this kind of like harmless place where people go skiing. No. There are many white Christian nationalists here. There is this epidemic of homeschooling your kids so that they can be indoctrinated with religion rather than actually learning about history and the world. So that is not surprising to many of us that this kind of violence happened here, that there are so many gun owners here, that there are all of these right-wing offshoot factions of Mormonism, even and people within Mormonism as well, that are deeply invested in white Christian nationalism as a project too.
Gruesome murder of Charlie Kirk, I can't help but realize that for the first time since 2012, I'm reminded of this brand of spectacle violence, somewhere between terrorism, true crime, political violence, and accelerationism. But, and here's an important part, almost always exclusively white, both in the victims, but also the perpetrators. It's actually not ideal to talk openly about the perpetrators of mass shootings. I'm gonna break some social mores in this video, among many other things. The reason why I call it spectacle violence is because for the most part, the individuals that do these horrific acts do them for attention. It's why they write manifestos and send press kits to local media. Some have even live streamed their crimes. So talking about them publicly ends up being exactly what they want, and in many ways, it motivates copycats. However, at a certain point, I feel like certain conversations need to be had, especially when some of the main people who need to hear these things are trying very hard to avoid the subject. The underlying forces behind these events, behind the murder of Charlie Kirk and even the attempted murder of Donald Trump, are things the right deeply wants to avoid, because talking about these things,
you mean the fake
might force
attempted
many
murder?
on the right to
That's
critically
what that
engage
was.
with the ongoing struggle that the right
Let's be
is in
honest.
with its own ideology and the tangible results that ideology leads to, which, to put simply, is rampant unnecessary death. And by rampant unnecessary death, I'm not just talking about the multiple genocides happening across the world through American imperialism, or the many preventable deaths happening because of poor healthcare or poverty in America right now. I'm genuinely just talking about normal white people that are dying or killing themselves greatly due to the ideology that the right promotes throughout this country. I believe many modern conservatives, particularly the men, are in a death cult. It's not a hot take to speak to how the party of Trump thrives on the pain and suffering of others, but today for this video, I want to spend time on the real byproduct of that. The fact that the biggest body counts, at least here in the States, is actually other white people, and that the cult works extremely hard, often using figures like Charlie Kirk to hide this reality, or maybe make it seem like it's all worth it, as we see them do with his death in particular. I had no desire or intention to talk about Kirk because I try my best to avoid these types of headaches, but in the wake of his death, the right has tried to turn him into Martin Luther King, and Charlie Kirk directly insulted Martin Luther King's legacy.
Yeah, and the Civil Rights Act, though, let's be clear, created a beast, and that beast has now turned into an anti.
This is the guy, by the way, that was recently nominated for a position in Trump's cabinet in his administration, and he has overtly white supremacist views, calling the Civil Rights Act a mistake that they're currently talking about right now. He claims that there is all sorts of reverse racism against white people, which is not a thing. So this is where we're at in the country, and why we should not be surprised why all of these white supremacists are acting like white supremacists in their positions of power, like Kristi Noem, who recently just was forced to step down or like be pushed somewhere else into this like shield thing, this new agency that they're building or something like that. But it is going to be filled with her position with another white supremacist. There are many of them. So it's like the problem isn't just getting these people out of power. It is completely defanging this administration and actually reclaiming our power in the way of doing this through a strike. But also, hi, Tiny. Hi. What are you up to? She's coming over here. But it just goes to show how it's like, it comes from the top. These people have no sense of shame, that they have to be feeling public pressure, which is important why we had all of these hearings with Kristi Noem, because that really ultimately led to her being forced to be pushed somewhere else, be fired. And also why we should still be concerned about ICE and the Department of Homeland Security, that it is just a manifestation of this larger fascist project, not just Kristi Noem being a cruel person, even though that is a factor. It's because they are all part of this conservative death cult.
White weapon.
Yeah, and that's the reality.
So there's a need for some direct pushback and response in this regard. Also, I have to admit, I'm a bit fearful of the response this might get from the right. They seem to feel like this one time, nobody should disagree with their views of this guy or make fun of the fact that he died, that nobody should make jokes about a person who was overtly hateful and ugly to them. Mind you that in the days after the death of George Floyd, conservatives created the George Floyd Challenge on social media, where they took pictures of themselves mocking Floyd's last moments before his death. And to this day, they are so obsessed with mocking him that they're still keeping him alive through memes and AI. But somehow, Charlie Kirk is where we draw the line. So you guys got that one, sure. With that said, I will forewarn you, this is going to be a pretty gruesome, ugly, hard to watch video at times. I'm going to talk candidly and maybe even flippantly about death and self-harm and mental illness and mass murder and all the isms. While I have some hopeful things to speak to by the end, this is definitely a video that will make you feel shitty at times, because it made me feel shitty making it. But it needs to be done. It needs to be known years from now, when we finally are out of this situation, that many people saw this nonsense for what it was, and will hopefully be there to inform those who don't know any better just who Charlie Kirk was and the greater context in which he lived. Because these ugly times won't last forever, and historical record is needed lest we carelessly repeat avoidable mistakes. So let's talk about Charlie Kirk and the cult that killed him. Part 1. The origins of the culture war.
The American family, liberty, freedom, the Constitution, our history, veterans. That's what we're conserving.
You are on the precipice of the most important culture war.
Young men do not know how to control themselves. Ladies, would you agree?
No.
Oh, don't worry. I'm going to do the whole other side of this in a second, so you better be ready.
Of course.
You better be ready. They're like, oh, yeah.
Ew.
It's going to be an equal opportunity offender.
To understand Charlie Kirk in totality, we first need to understand that he isn't the first, nor will he be the last of his kind. In fact, he's part of a long-standing tradition of right-wing provocateurs whose job is not doing politics the right way, as some dumb asshole might say on their podcast. But instead, he was furthering a far-right agenda in this country, and this is apparent in just how far the right has been able to shift the Overton window in terms of what are even acceptable things to say or believe in our modern society.
Exactly.
For
Which
example,
is bolstered by representatives talking in this manner, by people who are in these powerful positions who feel emboldened to talk in this way, where we have people like Elon Musk who are saying the R word all the time, and the way they talk about women, where like the Overton window is essentially like what we're allowed to talk about in this moment of like what is socially acceptable to be in public discourse. And it is true. Things have been pushed much further right. Juniper. She's like biting these strings that I'm working with. Excuse me, Tiny. I know you're so fierce, but I'm having to work on this. Anyway, back to the video.
No American would have supported or even seriously engaged with the idea of a president getting a third term ever since FDR did it nearly 75 years ago. It's literally in the Constitution. However, for weeks now, as of recording, Republicans, even Republican officials, have been seriously priming Americans for the argument that Trump should get a third term and how that's actually okay
Steve
under the
Bannon
Constitution.
is one of the most
We had longer odds
horrifying
in 16
people
and
to be
longer
looking
odds
at
in 24 than we
and
got in
listening
28.
to.
And President Trump will be the president of the United States, and the country needs him to be president.
Or is it constitutional for President Trump to run for a third term? He's teasing that.
You know, if you read the Constitution, it says it's not, but if he says he has some different circumstances that might be able to go around the Constitution, but that's up to him. We got a long way to go.
But you're open to it.
Well, I think that there's going to have to be an evaluation.
Not even George W. Bush, who was very, very bad. The fact that he's the last Republican president before Trump has managed to whitewash his past. He was not good. Don't let the old painting sad man stuff fool you.
Exactly.
But as bad as he was, he never would have thought of sending troops in the military and the National Guard to American cities and states that he didn't like. But Trump is threatening to send American troops to low-crime cities like Portland, stating that they need to be cleaned up, ignoring the much more dangerous cities in red states. And the right eats this all up. Mind you, and this will be a recurring theme, none of this is really helping anyone, let alone many of the working-class white people who voted for Trump. While Trump's appeal is more diverse than people like to believe, this is just something you have to acknowledge. At the end of the day, his base, like all Republicans for years, has been among uneducated whites and rural white people. People who, for the most part, have never benefited from his policies. For example, regarding the ongoing government shutdown that is still in place as of writing, the shutdown is happening because Republicans want to make major cuts to many social safety net programs, which will impact poorer Americans.
So it's the original one with the big, beautiful bill that they just completely
only undeserving black and brown
capitulated to
the government. The majority of Americans
Democrats
receiving those
for
benefits
no reason
are white. And these same white
besides
people
donors
will support Trump literally to their death. Why is this the case? And what does it have to do with Charlie Kirk? To make sense of that, I want to dive into the concept of the culture war. Because
biblically accurate Charlie Kirk. Because he has such a big head.
That all of this is possible. And they know this because Charlie Kirk actually named his college tour the Culture War Tour. So switching gears for a second. If you're at all on Twitter and social media in the months and weeks preceding the murder of Charlie Kirk, you probably caught wind of two other tragic killings. The killings of Austin Metcalf and Irina Zarutska both went viral on Twitter as these were two young white lives ended by black men. Both of those black men, mind you, faced immediate legal charges. I want to be clear. It's genuinely sad, and I send condolences to their families, regardless of the circumstances of their death.
Between how these were
when
handled.
people die like this, especially when their deaths have become flashpoints in culture wars online. Austin Metcalf's father in particular showed an inspirational level of grace in the aftermath of his son's death that should be commended. Unfortunately, that father's grace is not being copied by the American right, who used his son's death to talk about black fatigue. Not the original use of that term, by the way, but a racist version that is basically white people getting tired of not being able to be openly racist. Similarly, Zarutska's death spurred legislative initiatives to reinstate and even expedite the death penalty in North Carolina, which, yikes, is really all I can say to that. And this is all after President Trump weaponized the deaths of white women at the hands of immigrants all through his campaign trail as a way to bolster his anti-immigrant agenda. And now we have ICE kidnapping people off the street and even in churches, gyms, and public schools.
I want you to take a look at something that just came about 2 days ago. We made a tape, which I'm going to show you, and it's a tape of a great mother who I got to know a little bit at one of the rallies.
Night accused of killing a 12-year-old girl.
Police say these men strangled her before dumping her into that creek. Both men were in the country illegally.
There are hundreds and even thousands of cases like that, and it's people coming into this country that are horrible people.
And as I saw these stories explode online and invigorate an already foaming at the mouth population of racist conservatives, I couldn't help but think to myself, but what about white-on-white crime? What about Vincent Bolletaro, the young Charlie Kirk fan who murdered two teenage girls whom he had been stalking for what seemed like months, even after getting a restraining order against him, by the way? Bolletaro's family is connected to law enforcement, but clearly they're very picky about who they need to protect and serve. Or what about insert countless other stories of white women murdered by white men since the beginning of time? Gabby Petito, Lacey Peterson, Natalie Holloway, the little girl that, John Benet Ramsey. I've been seeing that girl's face since I was a child. It's actually cursed. Surely other young white women have been murdered in North Carolina. Were their deaths not worthy of attempting to reinstate the death penalty? What is it about DeCarlos Brown, the
Many people think that John Benet Ramsey, at least this is what is rumored, that like she was in the Epstein files, her parents were. Her dad, I think, was a politician or a very influential person in the place that they were living. So honestly, I would not be surprised with the pattern of conservative white people using their children as pawns and abusing them. That is, seems to fit the description.
severely mentally ill black man that killed Ariana that warrants such a response? Do you think that black men are the most pressing danger to white women in this country? If you do, it's probably because you're racist and low-key sexist, but I know I only have so much room with y'all right now. You can bet money, like literally, don't
like
make
we have
this
to
bet
tackle
'cause you're
this a
losing,
little bit at a
that
time.
if a young white woman is murdered in North Carolina, it will probably be from her white boyfriend or husband, because all crime in this country is intraracial. At least 80% of white victims of violent crime, the perpetrator of that violence is also.
Yes, this is completely true. And to talk about who is most likely to be committing violent crime, white Christian nationalists. There are reports for this year after year showing this to be true. It is not an accident that the DOJ is consistently trying to delete these reports, or they have been deleting these reports, to completely rewrite the narrative retroactively and try to say that there are certain groups of people who are more likely to be prone to crime, when in actuality it is white citizens, white male cisgender citizens, who most of the time are straight. I mean, that's kind of a given, who are engaging in these acts of mass violence.
White people make up 74% of familial violence victims, meaning child abuse, domestic violence, and familicide, which makes sense because most family violence offenders are white. And females make up 80% of the victims for family violence, again, usually killed by a boyfriend or husband, very rarely a stranger. And considering that only around 10% of black men have a white spouse, the biggest threat to any white woman in this country by far is a straight white man. And that goes not just for murder, but also assault and especially rape and molestation.
Exactly.
Yet somehow new laws form when a black man is the perpetrator, as if it's the right of white men to abuse, harm, and kill women that look like them. And it doesn't require new laws for putting convicts to death when they do it. And don't get me wrong, the rate of
that's exactly right. And it's not an accident as well that the number one cause of death for pregnant people in the nation is interpartner violence, domestic violence. That it is not childbirth or complications from pregnancy, although those a lot of the time are second, like hypertension, and childbirth and pregnancy are extremely risky and dangerous for humans. It is most dangerous for humans than it is for any other mammal. Okay? And so the fact that this supersedes that, the danger of being pregnant, has to do directly with how someone is being perceived and what kind of safety they experience in their own home or lack thereof.
Partner violence in the black community is awful in so many ways, but don't all lives matter, y'all? Surely we shouldn't only focus on black people in this situation, not if what we actually care about are these innocent white lives. And isn't this kind of gross? Is this what y'all watch me for? Some of y'all, that's what y'all want out of me. Ugh, I hate it. I hate y'all so much. Sure, when you go low, going lower is a thing, but at the end of the day, bringing up white crime statistics in this way should just really make you feel icky. It's too much like the stuff they do, you know? Further, it's not like any racist in the audience will suddenly be convinced to rethink their ways based on this information. And I'll come back to this in a moment, but this is not how actual minds are changed in reality. If racism or any other ism were an issue of logic and information, would have solved that issue years ago. But it's very clear after literal generations of learning and educating that no amount of explaining the truth to racists changes the way they see things. Racism's power to endure for so long in this country isn't due to hate. I hate that we talk about racism as an issue of hate, because that allows for so many people, so many very racist people, to create distance from themselves and the actual damage they do with their racism, because they don't necessarily feel hatred in their hearts when they do it, and they're probably correct. Racism isn't about hate. It's about indifference to harm being done to people that don't look like you, especially if that harm is useful for how you maintain your own status quo. Racism is still here because it has...
And also how this just works to reinforce these already very racist systems that have institutionalized this hierarchy of human dignity. Why is it that there are people who are... The number one reason why people lose documentation status is because they have already had documentation at some point and they did not enter illegally, but because the bureaucratic process is so racist and is a nightmare, it intentionally moves slower for certain kinds of people from certain places of the world with certain kinds of names, with certain kinds of languages that they speak. And this is all very intentional, but this is a sort of state-sanctioned violence and human degradation that we see that people just accept. And that is part of the nefarious nature of it, is that when we have these policies, it provides this permission structure for people to be discriminatory and act however they would like, without having as many consequences. We see this, like I personally experience this with anti-trans laws, and how this allows people to feel emboldened in their discrimination and especially their violence.
Utility as an organizing social framework for white Americans. The role racism plays in this country is for building consensus in community. It's almost ritualistic in its use.
I am a Western chauvinist. And I refuse to apologize. I refuse to apologize for creating the modern world. For creating the modern world.
White youth for a
So
generation
fucking embarrassing.
have made racist jokes, not as an expression of hate, but almost as an initiation into whiteness as a concept, performing the agreement amongst each other that blackness is beneath them and unworthy of sanctity. This is why racist group chats exist so prominently, such as the one the Young Republicans got caught on earlier this year. This is why white kids on Omegle and other chat random sites and Call of Duty lobbies hurl slurs from the safety of their perceived femininity, going all the way back to slavery. This is why poor whites had astoundingly low standards of living, but fought for the Confederacy because it preserved their way of life, as wretched as that way of life was. The lynchings of black people during slavery going into Jim Crow was often a community gathering or festival environment for white people. They would make flyers and sell food as they watched black bodies burn and hang from the poplar trees. Then afterwards, some would even take their body parts as souvenirs. Feel free to Google this. I am not making this up. The biggest falsehood about racism is that it's about the hatred of any group of people. But in reality, racism is about a perverse love for whiteness and the love language through which that is expressed. And this is just the overt stuff that whites will admit you shouldn't do. We shouldn't lynch people. We shouldn't say the N-word. They keep doing it and saying it's a joke, but they know they shouldn't. And the reason why that is still such a focus because it serves as the cover for the much more harmful systemic racism that most whites, including Charlie Kirk, would never even admit exists.
There is nothing fascistic about deporting people in your country that are here illegally, securing your borders, and putting your own people first. How many of you students out there feel as if you'd be graded differently if you come out as a conservative or a Trump supporter? Raise your hand. Look around.
That's what
fascism. That is definitional fascism.
No.
Do you think...
Not him. What he was saying isn't fascism, is actually what fascism is.
For all that I just said, do you think a few cherry-picked statistics and some witty clapbacks is going to change this? No. This is the culture wars.
And busy schedule to meet with us, the grassroots. We're fighting on college campuses every single day. We're fighting for the next generation. And to know that we have the backing of the most successful president of our generation means the world. Because look, we are in a culture war right now. We're fighting for free speech, for free markets, and for American exceptionalism. And to have the president take time out of his schedule to meet with us, to just exchange some ideas really, really means the world. And look, this is a battle that we're going to win.
And beyond that, we spoke about the black community and black issues.
I can't stress enough
Those
how important
noises.
culture wars are to
Yep.
the American right and to
Accurate.
American politics in general.
Accurate.
And this is because culture wars have effectively replaced actual politics for most people, right and left. But specifically for the right, it has been instrumental in convincing many people to vote against their best interests. When regular people are surveyed about policies, they almost always lean toward more progressive policies, more taxing the rich, less government in people's personal lives, sensible gun control laws, etc. It's not universal. Many Americans support tougher border laws, for example, but very few desire to see what's actually been happening under Trump since he's been elected. Even attitudes on abortion rights consistently fall to the left of Republican policies. Conservative voters constantly vote against their self-interest, whether they realize it or not. And even in moments where they do realize it, they still don't care because, as I've been saying, this is a cult. And the culture wars are their, deep lore text. The culture wars, ironically, are proof that facts actually should care about feelings because people have been using feelings to override facts in this country for 100 plus years. There's so many examples of this, both historical and recent. One is that conservatives are more likely to die from COVID due to vaccine hesitancy and resistance to masking. Despite the fact that science, logic, and so much information was telling them that masking and vaccines would save their lives, so many conservatives were literally
I have a book that I'm going
vividly,
to
I'll see if I can
grab
find
real
the
quick.
clip, a
I'll
guy
keep
that
this
was
playing,
on a
but
respirator talking
please
about
hold.
how he doesn't regret not getting a vaccine or masking, and then he died 2 days later.
I immediately asked Christopher, why hadn't he gotten the vaccine?
I'm more of a libertarian, and I don't like being told what I have to do. I'm still not completely 100% sold on the inoculation.
It was eerie to hear Christopher insist on his individual freedoms, even as he struggled to breathe.
Do you think I probably should have had a little healthier fear that it need to be taken more seriously? And I don't know how close I am to being a lot worse. I really don't know.
Christopher Green died 9 days after this interview. He was 53 years old.
Yep.
It doesn't take much to find countless examples of conservatives directly being hurt by Trump's policies on terror.
Okay. So I'll let him continue. But this is a book called Dying of Whiteness. It is written by Jonathan M. Metzl, who is a professor of sociology and psychiatry at Vanderbilt, and is its director of Center for Medicine, Health, and Society. And it says the author of several books and a prominent expert on gun violence and mental illness. He hails from Kansas City, Missouri, and lives in Nashville, Tennessee. So, Dying of Whiteness, maybe I'll just read the back of this. This is a series of studies on people who are living in the Appalachian Mountains who consistently vote against their own interests. And it is because of this concept of whiteness that people, like what FD is saying, that people consistently choose harmful policies because they don't want other people, meaning people of color, people who are marginalized, queer people, trans people, disabled people, that they don't want people to have things and that it then hurts them. So this is what the back says. In election after election, conservative white Americans have embraced politicians who pledge to make their lives great again. But as physician Jonathan M. Metzl shows in Dying of Whiteness, the policies that result actually place white Americans at ever greater risk of sickness and death. Interviewing a range of everyday Americans, Metzl examines how racial resentment has fueled pro-gun laws in Missouri, resistance to the Affordable Care Act in Tennessee, and cuts to schools and social services in Kansas. He shows these policies costs, increasing deaths by gun suicide, falling life expectancies, and rising dropout rates. Now updated with a new afterword, Dying of Whiteness demonstrates just how much white America would benefit by emphasizing cooperation rather than chasing false promises of supremacy. So it's a really excellent book. I highly recommend it if you are interested. Dying of Whiteness by Jonathan M. Metzl. And one of the things, the subtitle is How the Politics of Racial Resentment is Killing America's Heartland. This was a book that we would talk about in public health. Some of you know I previously worked for the Utah Department of Health and Human Services and their tobacco prevention and control program, which we would talk about consistently that there are certain groups of people who experience disproportionate negative health outcomes because of historical policy, not because of just how they are. They were trying to create data, frame data in this way, and do it in a bad faith, very irresponsible way where they're wanting to essentially say like, oh, people experience this not because of redlining, not because of colonization, not because of voter suppression, not because of hate crimes, not because of environmental pollution and poverty. And this also directly affects people in rural areas. People in rural areas are primarily white. They have healthcare deserts. Many of the cuts that were happening with DOGE have caused community healthcare centers to close in rural areas all over the nation. This isn't just with Utah, but it certainly is happening in Utah. And this is a direct result of people voting in a way that goes against their interests. These are hospital deserts. They are medical deserts where they don't have as many options, like for pharmacies even, and getting the kinds of medicines that they need. So people are experiencing some of these negative health outcomes themselves because of this resentment that they have, the enormous propaganda that happens in especially these small white rural towns. And it is a direct result of trying to step on the necks of other people to have this idea of superiority. And it is killing people. We see this now, how there are so many people, because they don't want to believe science and what experts are recommending with measles, that we now have someone, RFK Jr., saying that people don't need the measles vaccine, that we are having an outbreak of measles, that it is killing these children. And this is what people have been saying. So people will consistently vote against their own interests. They will act in a way that is against their own interests if they can feel like they have a sense of superiority and privilege. And people are very loath to give up their sense of privilege, their sense of familiarity, and what they view as comfort and safety when it really is this status quo that is built off of discrimination that they also do not benefit from.
Or ICE crackdowns, people's mail order brides being deported, and it's often people who voted for him, and whether or not they regret it is up for grabs. But understand, pointing this out about Trump is low-hanging fruit because it's been everyone since the beginning of time in this country, especially when it comes to conservative ideology. For example, consider free healthcare, something that the rest of the developed world has had for more than half a century, and it should and would be here in America if not for the utilization of culture wars. Numerous American presidents from a variety of political standpoints, going back to the early 1900s, have tried to create a universal healthcare system.
Which these culture wars are also directly funded by capitalists, the capitalist system of private insurance, private healthcare, and how all of these various entities work in the lobbying system in Washington, who also donate to people's campaigns, where they're able to put their thumb on the scale and make it so that there are these incentives to not create more equitable programs that would actually help constituents. And then when there are issues, then they feel like they can run on issues. They benefit from having issues to run on instead of fixing them from their perspective. But as we've seen with progressive candidates who actually win their candidacy, who win and are able to implement policies and govern in a progressive fashion, that there is so much popularity that happens. We are seeing with Zoran Mamdani that he is only growing with his popularity because guess what? He's listening to the voice of his constituents, actually trying to better their material conditions and making it so that now when people are feeling less desperate, when they are having their basic needs met, it lowers crime. Imagine that. That now we have the lowest crime record in New York City history because of what is happening directly with these policies, these progressive governing policies that prioritize human dignity, a social safety net, instead of corporate interest.
That was free to Americans, but were stymied by capitalistic and conservative entities using emotionally manipulative culture war methods of convincing the masses that having free healthcare was somehow not in their best interest.
President Truman was reelected largely on a campaign for a single-payer national health plan, and the Democratic Party gained control of Congress. At the same time, Americans were on edge after World War II, and a lot of that fear was placed broadly on the construct of communism. This fear towards communism and communists, which infested the world through the Cold War, became known as the Red Scare. Opponents of the WMD healthcare bill.
We'll get into this in concepts of gender at the end of today in the stream. So stick around. We'll talk more about it.
Took advantage of these fears to squander its success. The AMA was one of these opponents, and with help from public relations firm Whitaker and Baxter, launched one of the largest lobbying efforts of its time. The group spent over $4.5 million, $48 million in today's dollars, on advertisements, newspapers, magazines, letters, and radio stations across the country. Slogans played on communist fears with titles such as "A Threat to Health" and "A Threat to Freedom," and utilized the term socialized medicine whenever possible. Public opinion in support of government health insurance fell from 74% in 1942 to 51% by 1949, just a year after President Truman was voted into office.
The same thing happened with the New Deal back in the 1930s. Was the New Deal the 1930s? Am I tripping? Don't make fun of me. Yeah, okay. The New Deal was at its core a socialist work program that lifted millions of Americans into the middle class out of poverty. But it only passed because it was initially designed to exclude undeserving Black Americans as much as possible. However, after political wins for Black people, such as the Civil Rights Bill, fair housing laws, etc., this required New Deal government programs to be more accessible to all Americans. And you see white Americans quickly turn against the very policies that induced the golden age of American prosperity in the 1950s and 60s. Even today, the very idea that people should get free healthcare is somehow controversial and un-American, even as millions of white Americans suffer and go broke due to healthcare costs. A fun fact to never forget is that white people poured cement into their own swimming pools to ensure that Black people could not swim with them. Conservative political positions are positions to maintain systems of dominance and exclusion, even if those most dominated and excluded are white people, all cloaked in the rhetoric of personal responsibility. Charlie Kirk himself railed against the idea that the government might offer free lunches to school children, claiming that the problem with school children was obesity and not food insecurity.
Do you think that there should be free school lunch for all children?
No.
Why?
Of course not. Because parents should feed their kids, not the government.
What if they can't?
Go get a job. Show me a single child in America going hungry. Doesn't exist. Number two, we have churches, we have food shelters, we have billions, and it does not exist. We have a child obesity problem, not a child starvation problem in this country.
Refusing to recognize that those problems are connected and that there's tons of evidence that literally millions of American children need free lunches and that it would be incredibly beneficial to those children and thus society as a whole to get them. In this clip, Kirk yells, "Get a job," and the crowd laughs because they still operate on the image of Black welfare queens, not realizing that the average recipient of food stamps is a single white woman with 2 kids. Mind you, the woman originally used to demonize the concept of welfare and called the welfare queen was a white woman.
Her name was Linda Taylor, and she was identified by the Chicago Tribune in 1974 as a person who had committed welfare fraud while driving fancy cars, including a Cadillac. And very quickly after that, she was given the nickname the Welfare Queen.
Of course.
It is accurate to say that a higher percentage of black children suffer from food insecurity in this country, something like 20 to 30% of black children, or around 2.3 million kids. And white children suffer from food insecurity at a much lower rate, somewhere around 7%, but we live in a predominantly white country. So that 7% adds up to close to 4 million white children whose parents need to get a job, so the rest of us don't have to pay a few extra dollars on our taxes to help their children not starve and not grow up being statistically more likely to end up dead or in jail. Ironically, paying for school lunches up front means paying less for jails, healthcare, and welfare later in their lives. But because of
Yes. This is what we would talk about in public health as preventative measures to make it so that people have better health outcomes, that they are not more likely to experience violence or commit violence when they actually have their basic needs taken care of. Who would have thought that if you take these steps as a preventative measure by getting everyone, but especially children, especially babies and children and people in their adolescence, that if they have what they need with a social safety net, they have their material conditions not be squalid, that they are less likely to experience negative health effects and that they are less likely to be committing harm later in life. And what people like to say is like a burden on the healthcare system, anybody who uses it, essentially. But what they truly mean is people of color, and disabled people, especially, where they would ultimately relieve this burden on the healthcare system if they chose to invest in children and their healthcare and their welfare and giving them nutritious food and giving them safe environments for them to be actually having childcare. That this is an investment that we should be making as a society, because guess what? It makes for healthier adults, but this also means that we are not as able to be exploited, that because we have the necessity of healthcare needs and food, and we are living in capitalism, late stage capitalism, that we are exploited at every single turn. Everywhere we go, we are exploited. And all of these capitalists are ensuring that this system stays the same.
Like Charlie Kirk, many conservatives would rather those 4 million children starve if it means those who are undeserving suffer. Even now, as the government is preparing to shut down, conservatives are mocking people who won't be able to feed themselves. But here's the real power of this cult, of the culture war. Some of these same people doing the mocking were themselves once on SNAP benefits. Some of these same poor white moms of those 4 million kids are still likely going to vote Republican in 2028. And I want to correct the common sentiment from progressives that says it's because they're dumb. They're not dumb. Delusional maybe, but they just fully believe in the worldview they've been sold. And this begs the question, why and how? These decisions actively make America worse for everyone, not just black people or gay people or immigrants, everyone. And most of the people who suffer are white. And many of those suffering also support their own suffering. Why and how? To answer that is super complex, and I don't know all of it, but I know a big factor that brings us back to Charlie Kirk is his role in the culture wars and his job of recruitment and reinforcing of the moral standards of the right by using those culture wars to galvanize and build consensus with their base. And this is most prominent through the media. Today, that is YouTube and podcasts, but for a while, it was TV and radio. And that's where the foundation lies, in media manipulation. And to understand that, you have to start with good old Satan himself, Ronald Wilson Reagan, 666.
God.
This man is
Yeah, it's not an accident. This is why I keep saying it's not an accident that all of these oligarchs are white supremacists and they own all of these social platforms, these news platforms, these media platforms. That is very intentional. It also, how FD was talking about earlier, how like some people are some of the biggest proponents for their own oppression. This is something that we see a lot in Mormonism, especially from women, where women are not allowed to be in decision-making positions. They are given like certain kinds of leadership positions, but it's only over other women, and they don't have any sort of like God-given power. Only men are allowed to have the priesthood, which is God's power on earth, and women need to get married to men in order to have access to this God-given power. There are a lot of sirens happening outside. I don't know if you can hear that. Anyway, and this makes it so that there is this imposed and enforced heteropatriarchy where you are taught growing up that you are supposed to support your husband in his duty as a priesthood holder, where later in life there are some couples, like as they have kids and stuff, that they may grow in distance from the church, and often we find that the women, like the women in these couples, are some of the ones that end up staying in the church far longer than their husbands, because they are in this cult-like mentality of righteousness, of actually having some of more like social programming that's built into the church that keeps people hooked, if they're talking about like welfare queens, whatever, of like having like cheap labor available and food, access to resources, where it's like there is a community that is meant to draw people in and keep people in, and they do this by oppressing them and then posturing as them providing resources and answers to people. And this is what we see all through all of these various mind control methods and cults, is that there is always this creating a problem, fear mongering, and then presenting themselves as the solution.
Defeated in how often something bad comes back to him. In this situation, it's the 1987 ending of a policy called the Fairness Doctrine. You may have heard right-wing pundits at times try to make this seem like this doctrine would silence them and make it so they wouldn't be able to have the right to be on air, but that's not really accurate. The end result probably would change the way that all politics are discussed in media, but what the Fairness Doctrine really was making media companies more responsible for the type of topics they covered on air.
Tucker Carlson Eminem shit is so crazy.
Before the 1980s, and the same could.
There was a local Utah drag queen that did a number a little bit ago for a while that was of the green M&M, and like dressed up as the green M&M, not wearing the high heel shoes anymore, and it was like a remix of Tucker Carlson saying something about it. It was amazing.
He said for MSNBC, because the Fairness Doctrine basically said that if you have opinions of a political or controversial nature, you have to have both sides of that opinion, and they have to be presented in an earnest and direct manner, unless you can legit get fined by the FCC. Thus, it was hard to use media to exclusively promote any political agenda. There was political discourse in media before then, but it was much more measured and straightforward, more educational, and far less entertaining. Hence the many TV broadcast interviews of political figures, even radical ones like a Malcolm X. With the Fairness Doctrine gone, our politics became another framework for just being entertainment, just as subject to media manipulation and sensationalism in the name of ratings and marketing versus education and seeking the truth. Today, our political media looks more like something from Monday Night Football or professional wrestling, and entire networks of channels can push explicit and clear political agendas. And now there are large groups of Americans who only get their news from overtly biased sources. And no, this video is not sponsored by Ground News, but it is sponsored by Nebula. We can talk about that real quick. If you're enjoying this video analyzing white culture and conservatives thus far, you might also appreciate the short mini doc I did on Nebula called Talking to White People, which was greatly an influence for this video. Talking to White People has me actually sitting down and having conversations with white people about what it means to be white and how we kind of never talk about this, and also the reasons why we never talk about this. And ideally, this won't be the end of me examining this topic, but only if you support my streaming service Nebula. Nebula is an independent streaming service created by YouTubers like myself, where we can have a place for creators to work the way we want to work and make the types of content we want to make without the persistent pressures that YouTube puts upon us. If you know anything about Nebula, then you know that we've had some of the most talented and forward-thinking creators around. And because we have so much talent on our roster, we have been expanding to say, what if we give this talent the resources to go bigger and better than what they thought possible? Along with my short film, Talking to White People, you also have full documentaries from Tom Nicholas, where he examines how the baby boomer generation is affecting the world. There's also short films from Jesse Gender and Philosophy Tube, reality shows featuring a bevy of creators, travel shows, even narrative podcasts, as well as a ton of content from legendary creators like Lindsay Ellis and Jacob Geller and Real Life Lore that can't be found anywhere else. It can only be found on Nebula. Nebula is owned by creators and funded directly through you, the viewer. We don't have any big tech dollars propping us up that we have to answer to, and we want to keep it that way so that we can continue to make the exact thing that we want to make and to be as weird and out there as we can. And to do that, we rely on your support. So to help us on this evolution, please click the link in the description or follow the QR code on the screen to sign up for a full year of Nebula for 40% off. And right now, for a limited time, new subs to Nebula get 3 days of a free trial to test and see if there's anything inside Nebula that you really want to see. And you won't be charged until the 4th day, and you will get an email reminding you in case you want to cancel. I dare you to give it a try. I doubt that within 3 days, you have seen everything you want to see. You'll be supporting the growth, not just of my channel, but of creators like me to continue to go beyond the limitations of YouTube and modern media as a whole. Ground news shade notwithstanding, the point is that having a balanced intake on what political opinions you bring in pretty much started to die at that point. And then it got even worse because of one more thing. Reagan isn't the only villain here. You all know I'm bipartisan in my hatred of America's political apparatus. The next major factor is the Telecommunications Act signed by Bill Clinton in 1996.
Today, with the stroke of a pen, our laws will catch up with our future. We will help to create an open marketplace where competition and innovation can move as quick as light. An industry that is already 1/6 of our entire economy will thrive. It will create opportunity, many more high-wage jobs, and better lives for all Americans.
Among many other things, what this mainly did was allow for unchecked corporate ownership of media companies, resulting in massive mergers until only a few companies own all of what is seen or heard on our screens and airwaves. So now you have companies like the far-right leading Sinclair Media owning most local TV stations.
And this is only getting to be worse. See? When was this? 3 months ago? Yeah, all of these mergers and stuff that are happening, it's only getting worse.
In the country and purposely seeding right-wing perspectives into their coverage and being blatantly manipulative in their efforts to control media narratives, as seen in this horrifying but real clip of their many news stations reading the same script.
The sharing of biased and
false news has become all too common on social media.
More alarming, some media
outlets. This is really frightening.
Without checking facts first.
Unfortunately, some members of the media use their platforms to push their own personal bias and agenda to control exactly what people think, and this is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
So with these two things in place, we now have the environment set for people like a Charlie Kirk to wield immense power in pushing cultural narratives and swaying public and political influence. They just didn't quite know it yet. And Kirk comes in the late 2010s, but he's following in a tradition of right-wing talking heads, normalizing certain far-right talking points. And here's where we meet the most important character in the history of the culture wars, and possibly one of the most influential political figures to never hold an office, Rush Limbaugh.
Folks, there's actually a debate going on ESPN and throughout the sports world over who can use the N-word, when, and how. The white race has probably had fewer slaves and for a briefer period of time than any other in the history of the world.
What are the similarities between the Democrat Party of today and the Nazi Party?
Rush Limbaugh is greatly responsible for today's political reality. reality. There is no Trump, no
certainly.
Fox News, probably no
Okay,
Manosphere, and definitely not a modern culture war without him. He is patient zero for the awful timeline we're in right now. Ironically, Limbaugh was the failed son of a prominent political family whose only talent was yapping at a time where that talent only had one medium to be successful, which was radio. And Limbaugh loved radio and worked in it on and off growing up until he got to college. And then he dropped out of college to focus on being a DJ full time in his early 20s and was not very successful until he found his calling as a right-wing provocateur. And this wasn't a new thing for American radio at the time, but to give the devil his due, Limbaugh was extremely talented as an orator.
Barney admitting that he had had an affair with Stephen Goby, and he said, quote, "I was just trying to help this guy through some problems, but I got suckered. That's what drove me to My Boy Lollipop. My Boy Lollipop." Perfect. It was absolutely perfect. I don't think that that is making fun of the homosexual lifestyle.
Because of the Fairness Doctrine and the Telecommunications Act, the value of his voice skyrocketed and spread throughout the nation. In his book, Talk Radio is America, How an Industry Took Over a Political Party That Took Over the United States, Brian Rosenwald explains how, with the Fairness Doctrine gone, radio stations learned to streamline their content for market optimization, making all-day conservative talk shows a strong branding strategy, partially due to the fact that newer FM radio was clearer and better for music, but couldn't reach as far as AM radio, and listeners were fine listening to lower quality signals for talk radio, meaning that it was rural Americans well outside of city centers that was their key market demographic, playing into certain conservative and regressive ideologies around people and social issues, etc., was great for galvanizing that community. And this coincided with the aforementioned rise in media consolidation, as well as the vision of people like Newt Gingrich, who recognized where politics would fail, culture wars could prevail. And so what we have is our first ever basically algorithmic bubble where a whole community of people are cocooned in a specific view of the world without ever being exposed to opposite opinions, and then enriched and radicalized and having everything about that reality turned up to 10 to the point where we are today. We're at a point now where Charlie Kirk is saying things that Limbaugh would have been taken off of air for in the 90s.
Taylor Swift might de-radicalize herself, engage in reality more, and get outside of the abstract clouds. Reject feminism. Submit to your husband, Taylor.
Again, the point is always to push the envelope on what can be deemed normal and civil, and that's what these people have been and are continuing to do. Republican politicians courted Limbaugh's favor. He makes visits to the White House, he advises presidents, and he gets more and more influential. Mind you, in this same time, both Barack Obama and Bill Clinton served 8-year terms. So he isn't all powerful in terms of actual sentiment for most Americans, which is something that's important to remember, but I'll come back to that later. But the nature of our politics is fundamentally altered in terms of polarization and what counts as a political platform. Instead of actually talking about policies on helping American people with jobs and healthcare and the economy and even safety, it just becomes, are trans people playing sports with your children? Are gay people kissing each other? Are black people existing? The most effective commercial, and this has been proven in the previous American cycle, was this commercial about Kamala Harris talking about trans people, using the slogan, Kamala is for they, them, Trump is for you.
Every transgender inmate would have access.
Kamala's for they, them. President Trump is for you.
I'm Donald J. Trump, and I approve this message.
That is a proven thing that worked more than anything else that the Republicans put out there. That should tell you something about the power of the culture wars. Mind you, there was also liberal and progressive media and content doing the same thing. Jon Stewart rises during this same time, as does NPR. Liberals even tried to mimic talk radio with the failed Air America, but it was not good enough to shift the Overton window with this significant amount of Americans who, if we're honest, liberals weren't paying attention to. The country as a whole didn't seem to realize what was happening in middle America this entire time. A lot of especially modern liberals don't recognize is that Obama and Bill Clinton moved the Democrats to the right. Yes, they did. Stop arguing about this bullshit. Look it up yourselves. Do the fucking Googles. And Clinton specifically pushed the Democrats right in a way that gave Republicans two options. Either move left, which was out the question, or move further right, which is what they did with the help of Limbaugh. They vilified everything the Democrats did, even if the Democrats were doing exactly what the Republicans wanted to do, such as the 94 crime bill or the welfare reform bill, both under Bill Clinton, or Obamacare, which got its origins from Mitt Romney's healthcare plan. What Limbaugh and the Culture Wars did was make it that even working with Democrats to make the government functional and help a small amount of people was seen as a heinous betrayal to the conservative reality and ideology. He helped create the image of Democrats as godless communists who hate America, and that impact reverberates through conservative spaces and leadership to this day. In that process, Hillary Clinton became a supervillain even before she ever held any type of office. So when she ran in 2016, unbeknownst to many liberals in the Democratic Party, she was fighting essentially 20 years of negative campaigning to millions of Americans. The blue wall had cracks in it for decades and nobody noticed. And let's be clear here. It wasn't hard to make the Clintons look bad in middle America. The Democrats had long since abandoned the working class in favor of neoliberalism. They serve the same corporate overlords that the Republicans do. They participate in the same behavior that exploits and harms American people. They just do it with nicer words and a more diverse cast.
Yes,
Please understand that Democrats had their own culture war strategy of paying lip service to racial minorities, immigrants, and the LGBTQ community, but never doing enough to actually help them outside of grand gestures and empty promises. Even today, whenever we see figures in the Democratic Party that are more progressive and are more trying to get away from corporately owned politics, people like Bernie Sanders, Jamal Bowman, and Zohran Mamdani, the Democrats prefer establishment figures owned by corporations instead and do everything they can to undermine those movements, which is why Democrats constantly lose.
And what?
Meanwhile, NAFTA, started under Reagan but signed by Clinton, expedites the mass erosion of jobs in middle America. And this leads to poverty and dysfunction in those areas that turn into hotbeds for opioids and meth and heroin in white populations. And then here's Rush Limbaugh and his cohorts such as Sean Hannity, Michael Medved, Herman Cain, etc., explaining that their problems, the problems of these white people in these rural towns in middle America and in the South, those problems that they're experiencing are the result of the Clintons, the Obamas, immigrants, critical race theory, and eventually trans kids playing soccer, the woke mind virus, and postmodern neo-Marxism. And it's worked beautifully for well over a decade now. And so Trump won in 2016 and liberals were shocked and did it again in 2024. But don't mistake this for the country moving more right. It's just the country responding to its natural right-wing disposition. It's because the right is winning the culture wars. It is clearly apparent that the right isn't doing much to create new ways for Americans to thrive and be successful. No one believes in trickle-down economics and probably never have. Republicans haven't been the party of small government since Dwight Eisenhower. But they know policies don't matter as long as they promise to hurt the people that their followers hate. And in that regard, they're doing an amazing job. And this is the role Charlie Kirk really played. He wasn't God, family, country, all that shit. He was meant to be a provocateur, but not to like galvanize the masses, but to collect those already interested in the rhetoric that the right presents and radicalize them into devoted followers who will support the right no matter what, no matter if it's actually hurting them. What conservatives require are cult members. They require people who are more interested in winning the culture war than their own well-being. People immune to facts and logic. This will come up later, but understand the modern right isn't this huge, overbearing mass of people. What it is a well-organized, highly motivated mass that can in unison move and influence everything about our political reality. I talked about it in my election results video that Trump had hundreds of thousands of votes in swing states where voters didn't even bother to vote for any other candidates or issues on their ballots. These voters weren't politically inclined or informed. They just came to vote for Trump as a part of his cult of personality. That's what the right has understood for decades now. It's what they learned from Limbaugh and why even today, as they get exposed for all kinds of corruptions, openly court Trump to defy the Constitution or get caught having racist group chats, they never apologize, never admit wrong, never play defense, because their most valued followers don't want that and don't need that from them. Never forget Trump saying, "Stand back and stand by," when asked to denounce white supremacists. That wasn't an accident or a misspeak, that is intentional. A small group of highly dedicated, well-organized, and mobilized.
That's not even a dog whistle at that point. It's just overtly saying what it is. So, like, the fascism has been very out and clear, especially during the campaign. Of, like, they were doing Nazi rallies at Madison Square Garden, where they were talking about immigrants in such dehumanizing ways, and of course, queer people, trans people, people of color, just in general, but especially the intersection of all of these people and their eugenicists, just like they have been very open about it. And they feel even more emboldened in this current climate.
Believers is all they need under the circumstances, because those folks do the work. They do the evangelizing. They do the recruiting, and they come out to vote, which is really all they need when the Democrats are as weak and feckless and genocidal as they are. And thus, America has steadily moved further right in pretty much every meaningful way for most of my lifetime. Sure, gay people can get married for now. You might even see a gay kiss on TV every once in a while. For now. And there were some DEI workshops and some donations to black schools or whatever after George Floyd was murdered. But never forget that after a year of protests and riots in the name of George Floyd, all these people shouting defund the police, that the government's response was to raise police budgets nationwide. This country is as right as it's ever been. Policing hasn't changed. The rich continue to get richer as the poor get poorer. Corporations own our data, our ways of communicating with each other, and even our access to art. The country is still hella segregated. Women no longer have the right to abortion. There's still no free healthcare. You can still buy AR-15 the same place you can buy Pokemon cards. Military police are invading American cities and kidnapping people off the street. And America is still an imperious superpower supporting and funding numerous genocides across the globe. Aside from a few victories here and there and some dynamic changes, the right has been winning the political game via the culture wars for a while now. This doesn't mean we stop fighting. In fact, we're in a better position than we've been in decades on the opposite end of the spectrum. But let's not be delusional on where the ledger stands. All that said, something else occurred to me when
They also, in terms of like the culture wars, like we know that they're co-opting the word culture. And that these white supremacists have no idea what culture is because everything is retrograde. So, like, we are in a position better where we have more people being politically engaged and active at this moment and also aware of what is happening. They're being forced to. And this is helpful for change, but also, like, we need people to be doing this more quickly. But we have so much creativity and like value in variety of thought and art and complexity when you actually view multiculturalism, a diverse society, as a benefit, as a good for society. That we are original, that inherently with conservatism they try to preserve things that have been, and it makes their art so bad. Who cares? That's already happened. In addition to immoral, obviously.
I saw Charlie Kirk get shot in the neck and the ensuing aftermath, and that maybe winning the culture war isn't the goal here, because the winners of the culture war seem more like losers. Part 2, who was Charlie Kirk? I barely knew who Charlie Kirk was before he died.
Do you truly, in your heart of hearts, truly believe that this is a human being? This?
Without a doubt.
Without a doubt?
Yes.
This is a dolphin fetus. This is a human fetus. Look how similar they look. In life, do you confuse dolphins for human babies
this
often?
moment
Regular
is so
watchers
good.
will know I don't engage in rage bait content much. For all the accusations I get of catering to white liberals, this is my first conservatives are bad video in like 3 years, because I don't like attracting those types of viewers. I don't watch or listen to conservative pundits. I don't make content about the ridiculous things they say or do. I legit could barely tell the difference between him and and Tucker Carlson because they all fit in the same mold that I just described earlier. However, they're trying to make him into a martyr. They're trying to make him on the same line as Martin Luther King or Malcolm X, to lionize him as a sympathetic figure who only wanted what was best for people in America and had deep, meaningful beliefs about free speech and open dialogue and getting past differences. God, family, country, in that order. And to the untrained ear who doesn't know the reality, who could hate that? But I know that Charlie Kirk started out by targeting people for free speech, by targeting college professors and trying to silence them on college campuses for saying anything that was in any way progressive. I know that these same people who say God, family, country will gladly persecute you for not worshiping their God, kill your family, and put you out the country. Of many things I'm going to expose about Kirk, the main thing that should tell you the type of person he is that he's the only conservative pundit that I can think of in my lifetime to legitimately and publicly criticize Martin Luther King in any real way.
When the New York riots happen, it goes for like a week. It goes
right?
for about a week. He's telling King, you've got to say something to condemn this. And King says he doesn't want to do it because he says, I don't want to deliver a condemnation without also condemning the causes that lead to riots.
That sounds like BLM. I wanted to make sure that, after that conversation, we talk about the positives.
How's it going with
And then
you?
we also get into some of the other implications of this. We're a
watching
truth-seeking show.
FD
But I can say
Signifiers
declaratively, this guy is not worthy of a national
video
holiday.
on
He's not
Charlie
worthy of
Kirk.
godlike status. In fact, I think it's really harmful.
Most conservatives
very
aren't
good.
bold enough to engage with MLK critically. Instead, they like to use the sanitized version of King to push their right-wing agenda. But maybe, I guess to his credit, Kirk has purposely brought up King's radicalism as a way to undermine him, likely in preparation for Project 2025 and the purging of civil rights that we see they're clearly trying to attempt. Notice how Kirk talks about the civil rights bill and his issues with it. He doesn't get very specific, does he?
Imagine what happened during 2020 with even more murdering, and imagine just remember how angry we got when CNN called it mostly peaceful.
Exactly.
Oh,
And
thank
this is one of
you.
the reasons why MLK's numbers went down towards the end of his life.
He doesn't spell out the problem. He just insinuates that a problem is there, and he expects everyone else watching to know where he wants to go, but he can't quite go there yet publicly.
The Civil Rights Act was a new founding where we did.
I am against fascism. This is a very anti-fascist environment. This video is by FD Signifier, and yes, welcome. We need to stand together because not only is being a fascist cruel and disgusting, it's also hella tacky. You know what I mean? It's such a bad look as well. This is FD Signifier. He has a really great channel where he does a lot of video essays. And so this video is called Charlie Kirk and the Conservative Death Cult. And watching this video, I had to click a button saying I acknowledge that we can watch this video or whatever. And this is the only video in my lifetime that I've had to do this for. These people are monsters. Exactly. Polished words, clever phrasing, does not hide their white supremacy ideology. And yeah, I'm a white person, and I'm saying this. Exactly. Exactly. The wanting to just create a hierarchy of human dignity, which is enforced through violent means for them to feel good about white supremacy, is really disgusting. And it also was something that I really like about what FD Signifier is saying right now, is that it's not an accident that someone like Charlie Kirk has arisen in the culture and in media when he is not to take away his responsibility for harm that he's caused, but he also is a product of all of this unchecked power and white supremacist and fascist action that's currently happening, especially when it comes to like being in capitalism and billionaires owning all of these media spaces and controlling these algorithms and who gets to see what, where like they've radicalized all of these young men, and like he is a huge person responsible for radicalizing young white men, which I've been saying, by the way, that like Trump has been trying to build an army. Like he is an investment. Like I've been saying this, not to be annoying. He's been building an army of like, he has a direct interest in appealing to their sexism and radicalizing them, in having them be an active part in this government, however incompetent that they are with all of like the Doge shits, where it is this series of things that have happened where like there should have been like government intervention in making sure that people are not able to like get away with as many things as possible as well. With like has been this enormous co-opting of all of these areas of government in all of the three branches, like through foundations like the Heritage Foundation, where they have unlimited resources and are playing the long game for like world domination, and we're so disempowered on our side, or they actively disempower us through their exploitation and cruelty and siphoning our wages and like poisoning our earth and everything, that they have to enforce this through violent means because they are a dying breed of person. And this is why we know we're in late stage capitalism as well. It's like, this is what fascism is. And there haven't been there have only been undoing of restrictions for corporate greed and exploitation, and also white Christian nationalism and supremacy of like allowing the dehumanization and marginalization of groups of people, where it's like, if this goes unchecked, we have people like this who rise to being like in the mainstream, who would not normally be, with like how the Overton window has shifted so significantly. Kirk was nothing but an ignorant college dropout who got butthurt because someone more deserving got that opportunity instead of him. Exactly. Also, like, you were turned down by some people, and for a good reason, mind you, and you are upset about it. Like, you need to calm down. White male entitlement at its best. Yeah. And how it's like, the thing that's also so embarrassing for these people is that by them having these supremacist ideals, it makes them so they aren't like very talented at things, that they can just like rest on their laurels, if you will. They don't have to try very hard. And so then when there are people who are like forced into being extra like creative and resourceful, and like people who work hard and are also like where they feel threatened in being like, oh, I can't just like not try. I can't not try now. Like, heaven forbid they actually like get a personality and like discover what they think about things. Kirk was a cancer, and before he got unalived, he metastasized and spread it across, and now we have infinite Kirks. Yes, exactly. And so, yeah, like so many people like him. I'm glad we're on the same page, Kendra. The things he would say are like so wild as well, where like he's on the record with his like just because you have a mic doesn't mean you should be using it. You know? Like, I mean, I realize I'm doing this. But yeah, just completely an advocate for all of this especially like overt white Christian nationalism, this exceptionalism. Like, he actually was against war that is happening right now, but this is like one of the few areas where he was not for like all kinds of violence.
Decided to discard the U.S. Constitution and reconstitute the story, the mantra, the creed, and the vision of America. And you even see this in Republican circles as well. Well, they say, well, the Civil Rights Act corrected a lot of the errors of the Constitution. No, it didn't. The Civil Rights Act was a completely new creation. Of course, it was well intended by some. We have acknowledged that many times. But the Civil Rights Act at its core was a new founding. It was the discard what happened prior. The Constitution says people have equal rights. Imagine just treating people equally. The Civil Rights Act does not treat people equally because the legal theory under the Civil Rights Act is disparate impact. And so therefore you can't arrest a bunch of criminals in DC because you might be disproportionately arresting black men, and that might be deemed as racist.
And this is a very
because it is, bitch. Because it is, bitch.
Asking questions or having a conversation. And I bring this up because the first thing that people need to get on board with is recognizing that Kirk's whole shtick of open dialogue and debate.
The radicalization of society is largely on account of Google, Facebook, Twitter. Yes, I agree.
Normalize certain ideas, spread them as much as possible.
These capitalists who have so much money and don't pay their taxes, who actively don't contribute to the system and get everything from it. To radicalize and obtain power via profits, aid the weapons industry. Exactly. And they know that this is their short window for doing things before the midterms. If we have midterms, let's be honest, we need to be talking about this. That they're threatening to like have armed military people around polling centers. That is direct voter intimidation and suppression, where these people are very violent in their enforcement of this hierarchy. And truly, in my opinion, the only way we one of the only ways we really take our power back and stop them is by having a national strike. And if possible, like a global strike because of everything that's happening with war and the global elites controlling everything. And then we are just collateral damage for them. In 2026, think 100 times before trusting any white person, man or woman. Hell, I've had friends who've told to my face they no longer want to be friends with me on account of my race. I don't like it, but I get their point. My race is to blame at this point. Yeah, that's fucked up. Because there are certain people that would rather be living in this delusional, cruel fantasy that isn't real than give up any sort of idea of privilege and comfort in what they know to be like familiar or like feeling better than someone. Where it's like, if you actually like worked on like developing your own moral compass and like having a personality, like establishing like what you even think, it's like then you don't have to turn to these people for all of these answers as well. I mean, we are also propagandized beyond belief. But yes, of like these systems of oppression that like people are so aggressive in defending, because what else if they don't have that, what else is there? Yeah, you shouldn't have to experience that. I'm sorry that's happened to you. But yeah, as someone who is trans, like this is a thing of like, it's so much easier to just not be around certain people. And if they're going to be like that, of like, they're in a cult. They're in a cult, and it's not something that like you can do for somebody all the time. Or like they have to do that for themselves. Yeah, every other white man has a YouTube channel these days with a mic shoved in front of their face, using phrases like the powers that be, the radical left-wing mafia. Yeah. And it's like it's just like overtly Nazi language that they use. That they also are like, okay, so you don't have anything interesting to say, so you have to like then just talk about how there are all of these reasons why you should be viewed as superior. It's like, not only is it like morally reprehensible, it's fucking boring. It's boring because these people don't have personalities. It's like cruelty is their personality. That's not interesting to me. But I'll be honest, while the left has been slacking off and become lazy, these far-right guys learned how to phrase eloquently, and if you are even moderately educated, you can listen to their drivel for 5 minutes and realize they're absolutely morons. Yeah, they are absolutely morons. Yeah, it's what we need to like come to realize, I think especially as leftists, is that there is an element of sacrifice that we all must make if we are truly wanting to change anything. And the hard part is that we're in this hamster wheel of capitalism that is keeping us working and not talking to one another, actively fighting with each other rather than organizing around class solidarity and doing something like a strike. Which, if you are interested in, I have a link to this in my profile for a national strike. General Strike US is doing something where they are gathering demands and strike cards as well. And this is the kind of solidarity that we do need, I think, to have substantial change. Problem is, majority is not even slightly educated. Yeah. Hence, the brainwashing is easier for these right-wing morons. Yeah, and a lot of the time as well, there's the combination of religion. Yes, like exactly like what you're saying. Like where like we have this conflation of religion, which is also another form of mind control in many instances, with deeply capitalistic interests, that they combine all of this to hold power over us. It's not an accident that like in the Epstein files there are all of these like spiritual church leaders, there are politicians, billionaires who are at like the highest points of power and elitism, that they then are using it as a flex to get away with as much stuff as possible. To be honest, I think we should believe like even some of the most extreme things that are allegations against these people. Because when they're at the echelon of power and exploitation that they are, it's about how much they can get away with, like in defiance of legal standards and nation states and any kinds of like bounds of morality and decency, anything that holds them to us as a comparison. Zionist billionaires, the Epstein style of people, are the ones who are truly benefiting. We are on the same page from this division and fueling the war machine at the expense of the death of others. Exactly. Yeah. Where our lives are just cannon fodder for these people. Where it doesn't matter who gets in their way as long as their like greater projects of supremacy get accomplished. further into the abyss. I agree. I have no doubt these people, Musk, Trump. Yeah. There are things that cannot be reformed. And I'm someone who believes in like reformation justice and like abolition from like the prison industrial complex. And these people can't be reformed because they can't be unbrainwashed, I think, from their own sense of superiority. And we need to hold them accountable. Like, I agree with you. Like, how we stop these people, and also, like, how do we de-radicalize, like, these generations of youth as well. Like, it's a lot.
The power that comes from that. There was once a time that agreeing that your 10-year-old daughter would have to have a baby by her rapist was considered weird, but here's Charlie Kirk doing it for millions of viewers to see.
So if you had a daughter and she was 10 and she got raped and she was going to give birth and she would and she was going to give birth and she was going to live, would you want her to go through that and carry her baby?
That's awfully graphic.
But it's a real life scenario that happens to many people.
The answer is yes, the baby would be delivered.
And then he just continues on as he is, as if that's not the worst thing you've heard today. And it's because Charlie Kirk's fans either don't notice or don't care. But
yes, do not be fooled by the PG doctored.
Scale for everyone to see.
Yes, when there is a group of people where they are trying to get away with as much as possible, yeah. Yeah. Where it's like, this is why it's systemic as well, of like how these people have been able to get away with things at every single level. Like, the system reveals itself to be its ugly underbelly of complete and utter moral debauchery. And this kind of like this complete devaluing of human life as a flex, which is a really disgusting thing. It's like, no wonder, like, these people who don't care about, like, all of the humans on the earth or causing them harm, polluting the planet and stuff. It's like, of course, in their personal lives, what are they doing that mirrors this kind of cruelty and rapaciousness?
Is the point. Kirk and his ilk aren't trying to convert normal people or those who disagree. He's seeking out the select few who are amenable to his extreme beliefs or indifferent to them as long as it serves their overall agenda. This is also why he focused on the least capable opponents for making content. While Kirk is presented as this great intellect or debater,
in life, do you confuse dolphins for human babies often?
Most of his debates and his debate wins come from debating 19-year-olds using well-rehearsed talking points and skills of sophistry to make his fundamentally awful opinion seem reasonable and possibly even logical. Much like people like Ben Shapiro and Steven Crowder before him, he recognized that arguing with college kids was an excellent formula for churning out content for the right-wing media apparatus.
9 out of 13 states had abolished slavery by the Constitution. Northwest Ordinance had all new territories were free.
And what do you take from that? That America wasn't racist?
Not only that, we were the first country to abolish slavery, not just continue the practice of it.
Charlie, you have to understand, you're not an unintelligent person. You know that that's a logical fallacy.
Why?
The right has for decades targeted college campuses as college kids make for easy targets.
You know that's a logical fallacy.
People go through many transitions and develop.
We allow them to be in that position of power.
Feel incredibly strong about, making them easy targets for gotcha moments and very satisfying to see put in their place. Thus, they are great for farming content
Yes,
to the anti-intellectual
I absolutely
crowd.
agree.
And that's often what happened in these viral moments on right-wing online spaces. Remember, Charlie Kirk and Ben Shapiro, these are adults with entire teams behind them who do this for a living, challenging some 19-year-old who probably stayed up till 2 a.m. the night before playing Call of Duty that took maybe 1 or 2 sociology classes and wants to step up to the table. It's not a fair fight. It's the equivalent to watching Razor Ramon fight local jobber number 595, except the crowd doesn't understand that the match is predetermined.
Say hello to the bad guy.
However, when people like Charlie Kirk and Ben Shapiro face people who are actually well-versed in their topics or relatively well-trained in rhetoric, they will usually get demolished.
This is a dolphin fetus.
See Kirk debating college students at Cambridge or against Brianna Joy Gray.
Systemic racism. I could sit here and ask you, Charlie, do you know how many people came over in the transatlantic slave trade?
I could approximate about 1.8 million.
No, it's like 20 million.
Hold on,
Are you
20
kidding
million
me?
came as slaves?
20 million.
I'm making a simple observation, which is objectively true regardless. The women of the West are miserable, and we should tell them to stop
Yeah,
freezing
it
their
doesn't
eggs,
justify
stop finding their
anyone.
partner earlier and have lots of babies.
If you actually care about women's happiness, then the solution is to structurally support them. That means universal childcare, shared legally enforceable parental leave, and in Nordic countries where women have high workforce participation and also some state support, they report higher life satisfaction than in more conservative countries, including America. So if your metric is...
Just you said it's bad.
I disagree, but thank you.
The 2 minutes that Kirk had facing Dean Withers on that Jubilee episode were rough enough that Kirk seemingly kept ducking
When
Withers
the vast
for rest
majority
of
of
that year. Dean was
everyone-
actually finally supposed to debate Kirk a few weeks after he was murdered.
Exactly.
Dean took
The entire world is being put through this.
Nobody deserves that. Not even Charlie.
Yeah, they don't care about like the argument of it all. They just want to feel like they have a permission structure for their discrimination and bigotry. That's why you can't like debate with these people.
Charlie Kirk beaten by facts and logic.
He always struggled. Yes.
Feminism wins. The right
I've seen these
loses,
clips
nothing else to
during
worry about, right?
Assassin. Yeah.
Wrong, obviously. And this is because Kirk isn't in it for debates or the pursuit of truth.
Yeah, she is, but without the
he's in it for the purpose I mentioned
style
earlier of breaking containment, saying inflammatory things that he may or may not even be sincere about. I'm focusing on this because many people on the right,
they have a lot wrong with
Ezra
them.
Klein, believe certain things about
That's putting
Charlie
it lightly.
open dialogue that are just not true and fundamentally harmful. They think that people with opinions similar to Charlie Kirk must be openly defeated in the marketplace of ideas, and they take Kirk's political intentions of having dialogue and discussion at face value, saying Kirk did politics the right way, but this is so stupidly naive it makes my head hurt. Plus, it's just not based in reality. Here's Kirk, a man
Disagree
who
with me about
insulting multiple highly
Erica
successful
Kirk.
black women with advanced degrees and high achievements, insinuating that their success is only a product of affirmative action based solely on them being given opportunities because they were black.
I may
Or
have been
what
admitted
part?
on affirmative action, both in terms of being a woman and a woman of color, but I can declare that I did not graduate on affirmative action. This is my personal story.
You really have to wonder, in fact, you know, if we would have said 3 weeks ago, Blake, if we would have said that Joy Reid and Michelle Obama and Sheila Jackson Lee and Ketanji Brown Jackson were affirmative action picks, we would have been called racist. But now they're coming out and they're saying it for us. I'm only here because of affirmative action. Yeah, we know. You do not have the brain processing power to otherwise be taken really seriously. You had to go steal a white person's slot to go be taken somewhat seriously.
He insults their brain processing power and assumes that their job.
The thing with these people as well, though, is like they themselves we need accountability. We need them to answer for what they've done and also have reforms in place that make it so that they can't have this kind of influence again, which largely has to do with a lot of corporate interest and rampant corporate greed of billionaires as well, and their own political agendas and radicalizing people. That, like, we need to have reforms because they've, like, slashed all of these things to be able to get away with whatever they want, especially now, that we need them to be held accountable so that more people don't appear again that are similar. They're not people with a lot wrong with them. They are just wrong. These people, like I said, are scum. No, I don't view them as looking at them with decorum, because I don't, because they're completely reprehensible human beings and disgusting. Which is also why I feel a need to talk about this, because we can't deal with them in a civil manner. And they need to be called out at every turn. Which is also like because I'm not just trying to like look at them as this isolated incident, because they are symptoms of larger issues as well, of like, yes, they need to be held accountable. They're really awful people. That is absolutely correct. We also need to be like looking at these systems that have allowed them to rise to power the way that they have, of like this complete like flushing out of like Klansmen in government and in these positions of power, because there are so many other factors at work that also to help like elevate these people to these positions, where he's like a representation of a lot of systemic things as well. So it's not that I like view them like good people, because they're not, clearly. Rather, they also represent these other systems of power and exploitation and forms of oppression, like white supremacy and white Christian nationalism and this colonial Zionism as well, where they have been purposely elevated in all of these various systems to be heard and prevalent as well.
Should have went to more qualified white men. He gives no actual argument for this, no material evidence to support this. It's just evident on face value from his perspective because of their race and this distortion of what affirmative action must be. The racism is so inherent that he's not even capable of understanding that what he's talking about is why affirmative action was created. When these women speak on benefiting from affirmative action, what they're pointing out is that before affirmative action, they would not have had the opportunity to reach the level of success they've reached. Not because they lack the brain processing power, but because racists like Charlie Kirk assumed that they couldn't and would never allow them the chance. And mind you, that still makes them rare, because the most likely recipients of affirmative action have historically been white women. But in Kirk's mind, in the minds of most conservatives, racism only exists when people say slurs or openly admit it. And even then, we shouldn't talk about it too much. And none of this matters, again, because the point isn't to have a logical discussion where people learn something. It's to say something racist or sexist or homophobic out loud to his fan base and get away with it. Affirm the racist tendencies of his fans and build a coalition. I could talk hours if I wanted to about how wrong this statement of doing politics the right way is, as others have, but it doesn't make a difference because people like Kurt aren't here to be convinced. They're here to normalize their hateful rhetoric.
Because, exactly, where he is not entering into these situations in good faith and wanting to have like a debate on ideas and talk about how there can be differences in various ideologies. But when you have someone who is not entering into a situation with good faith, where he is there to not even say dog whistles, but just overtly extremely racist things as a rallying cry for like building a coalition of people to radicalize and then also exploit. That like there's a reason why he was elevated by this administration so often, and how there is this enormous power there. How there are also these like white Christian nationalist signals of like quoting a lot of scripture along with like extremely bigoted things that is par for the course in white Christian nationalism, that made it so that it gave this permission structure for people to feel like, oh, we're doing this now. So especially like on college campuses to radicalize young people, or how they have turning point chapters or whatever they're called in schools all over the country. The people who are currently interested in banning books because they think they should control what kinds of books kids read, and like try to impose their own viewpoints on parental rights, and especially when it comes to like queer and disabled children, of this like eugenics and racism, where they justify it through religion. And it has permeated into all of these different aspects of the public and private sector. Like, in Utah, where I'm located, there is no separation of church and state, where this kind of stuff, unfortunately, is like, I see more people like growing up similar to people like Charlie Kirk, unfortunately, because it's like that is what happens when you have an inherently Zionist, colonizing, white supremacist, based off of like these abusive hierarchies of human dignity, very sexist and ableist, all of these things, as part of a religion and a political perspective, where like Mormons co-opted the government, or founded, despite there being native people here and indigenous people here, based off of this Zionist idea and white supremacist idea that they have rights to the land and can control people on it and displace people, and how they create these hierarchies and sustain these hierarchies based off of these supremacist beliefs, and how that is built into the policy that they actively choose. Of like, that is how it is in Utah a lot of the time. Of like, there's a reason why a lot of these like national policies that they are trying to roll out are already existing in places like Utah and Florida and Tennessee, and how they have all of these. It's not just that like these, like, of course these people are awful people, but that they have also used these systems that are built in a way to allow them to do what they are doing. And that there is a deep rot in the entire system of exploitation and bigotry that is meant to justify these very white supremacist, colonizing forms of domination that they impose through like government policy that shape our society.
Those and moderates watching, understand, if the ultimate goal is to reduce the damage that certain ideas cause, the best strategy is not to help them spread. Even if you think you're winning the optics in the moment, taking certain ideas out of the marketplace of ideas ends their ability to replicate. Yes, the dreaded deplatforming is our best weapon. There are drawbacks to it, yes, but understand that there's tons of research at this point that shows that no one really changes their mind from public debates. People don't change their mind just because they've been presented with better information on a topic. People will legit lie if they think it serves a greater communal good. So even if you have your cool Aaron Sorkin moment where you own the chuds, you're still not doing anything useful. It's team sports and entertainment, and our team will never win the actual major game going on with the strategy that we're going to convince them in the marketplace of ideas. And the right knows this. It's why they won't stop saying so much wild shit all the time. It's why they do not care if what they're saying is true or false, if it makes sense, if it doesn't, if it's an outright lie, or exactly the opposite that someone else said. And I hate our modern news media for not just saying this to them. Whenever someone on the right just lies in their face, they say, "Is that true?" And then puts the microphone right back to them like they didn't just lie a fucking second ago. Like a perfect example is listening to Trump talk about the Epstein files on the campaign trail.
There's a moment where you had some hesitation about Epstein, releasing some of the documents on Epstein. Why the hesitation?
I don't think I'm not involved. I never went to his island.
And listening to him talk about
So I'm not involved. They're not even good at being awful people sometimes, if that even makes sense. Because they've been able to get away with their shit for so often that he can be as like completely transparent in the cover up of this. Of like, this is what happens when someone is not held accountable, when these people are not held accountable for their crimes.
About the shit now.
Mr. President, what did Jeffrey Epstein mean in his emails when he said you knew about the girls?
I know nothing about that. They would have announced that a long time ago.
Sir,
Yeah,
if
Jennifer,
there's
go ahead. Go ahead.
incriminating in the file, sir,
Venezuela,
why
sir.
not why are you acting as if
Charlie Kirk himself spoke on the Epstein files.
That was
all the
crazy.
time, but clearly was told behind the scenes to stop.
Honestly, I'm done talking about Epstein for the time being. I'm going to trust my friends in the administration. I'm going to trust my friends in the government to do what needs to be done, solve it, balls in their hands. I've said plenty this last weekend.
And it was such a blatant
Like,
reverse.
part of also, like, there are so many situations where these people are not contradicted in real time. Of, like, the Quiet Piggy situation of, like, why didn't some of those reporters, like, they just stop talking to him after that? Like, you're not going to engage with someone when they do shit like this. Of, like, there are all of these, like, moments of times that they can be held accountable, but because there is this fantasy of supremacy that they try to enforce through violent means in their violent systems to justify their positions. And they end up looking like idiots, complete idiots, not to mention just immoral hypocrites, where it's like lying is par for the course. And like the insults that come along with it are also meant to dehumanize people, clearly, of like referring to her as like an animal. And, or like how the other week Trump posted a video of the Obamas as apes, how that is overtly racist, of like these ways to dehumanize people, and where they are not held accountable by like their peers as well, where they get to these positions of power and only have people that they want to agree with them, and they're not held accountable by anyone. And especially now with this Epstein class, where they have like blackmail on everyone, and that's probably informing all of our foreign affairs and domestic policy, if we're being honest, that we all know that now that the nation is controlled by Israel and Israeli interests, that this has been a concept for a long time and explains a lot of our foreign policy, and how that is also a huge factor in the Epstein files and holding these kinds of people accountable, where they can have and will get away with whatever they can until they are stopped. And when they control all of the levers of power at their disposal, really what we have left is withholding our labor and like rioting and shit, where they have to be afraid of our numbers and where we can't like reason with them. It's about power. And so we also need to approach it in that way as well, of like, how do we like, as you're saying, like dethrone these people? How do we push them out of these positions of power, force them out, and then create reforms so that people like them can't get away with what they have been getting away with?
Of his own opinions that surely some people should have woken up, but they did. Still no consequences, no change in behavior, no damage to their movement. We are living in a post-truth era. So why are we worried about having good faith debates with people who are obvious liars? One scary thing is the country has moved so far right in its general disposition, and the right-wing movement has been so effective in their rhetoric that they've managed to label Kirk as a moderate.
If you have unapologetic, ferocious anti-white racism, then young whites are going to find some very radical political positions. If you want young ladies to become more conservative, we should encourage and celebrate marriage. Get a mortgage, get married, and mate.
I think it's worth to have a cause of, unfortunately, some gun deaths every single year so that we can have the Second Amendment to protect our other God-given rights.
And by the way, genetics
That didn't seem to age well, did it?
To say that?
That didn't seem to age well. Like many things, we will come to see that already have not aged well, just because of the cruelty and bigotry. It's so gross to be so fascist.
You do not have the brain processing power to otherwise be taken really seriously. You had to go steal a white person's slot to go be taken somewhat seriously.
He's saying these racist things and openly speaking on women not needing to be educated and just wanting to become mothers, defending gun violence in the name of liberty, etc. And it makes him a moderate because every once in a while, when an overt white supremacist comes to the stage, he shouts them down. But what you need to understand is that Republicans and their followers know it's all the same thing. You just can't say the quiet part out loud. Lee Atwater, the campaign manager for Ronald Reagan, said as much back in 1981 as they developed their culture war playbook.
You start out in 1954 by saying by 1968 you can't say that hurts your backfire, so you say stuff like force busing, states' rights and all that stuff. And you're getting so abstract now, you're talking about cutting taxes and all of these things you're talking about are totally economic things, and the byproduct of them is blacks get hurt worse than white.
This is still where we are, but the truth is Kirk.
This is what I mean of getting Klansmen out of positions of power, where this has been an issue in the highest offices of power. We have people who are Klansmen, whether they are card carrying or not, or in mentality, that needs to be rooted out, because this is how they impose and disproportionately present to the world that there are more people that agree with them than actually do, and then build these systems that enable them to act in these ways with impunity. Of like, it's not an accident as well that so many people who are in like high-ranking law enforcement positions are Klansmen, and why there is such an issue of police brutality and just all of this excess force and violence and death, and how they actively work to protect systems rather than people. That like this is baked into the foundation of our nation that is built off of genocide and the oppression of people and forced displacement of people. That is like, this is the system that we have to continually try to decolonize and make sure that it tries to distribute. It's so hard to have any sort of change sometimes, which is why I think we need a strike. But we also need to like reform these systems.
Was just skilled at hiding the racism inherent in his movement. Many members of Turning Point USA were exposed for having their own racist text chats. It's just something white people do when they're not around us, or even when they are around us, to be honest. Kirk was a modern update on all the overtly racist pundit this country has seen. However, I want to talk about the one that I think most right-wing figures are mimicking today, George Lincoln Rockwell. Now, some of you may find it offensive to compare George Rockwell, an overt neo-Nazi, to Charlie Kirk, allegedly a moderate.
Well, if the shoe fits.
Overt neo-Nazi. However,
yeah.
You'll find him in Rock.
Well, if the Hugo Boss boot fits, then. Hello, Twitch Sanke. Welcome.
Well, believe pretty much the same thing. Rockwell attacked MLK in the Civil Rights Bill. Charlie Kirk took the same exact position 60 years later. Both alleged that he was a communist, which we'll give him that one. MLK secretly based, made a whole video about it. It's fine. Rockwell believed in the Great Replacement theory. Charlie Kirk believes in the Great Replacement theory. Rockwell was anti-feminist and anti-gay, saying that he would allow gay men in his movement if they changed but didn't believe in gay marriage.
I will say this, in my organization, I have men who were homosexuals. They were sucked into that filth, just like drunkards or dope fiends, and I have been able to rescue them. And I'm not a bit ashamed of that. I'll stand shoulder to shoulder with anyone on any day. The only thing I will not tolerate is a homosexual who is a homosexual.
Charlie Kirk says basically the same.
For people like this, I always want to be like, who do you call on the weekends? Who is in your contact list? I mean, I know this dude was before the internet, but like, what's your browser history? What's your browser history? The queer phobes out there that are like, they're doing a little bit too much. And you're like, we know who you call on the weekends. Okay?
Thing, always arguing about women being submissive, saying he's okay with gay people existing, but marriage is between a man and a woman.
Why can't marriage be allowed with two men or two women?
Allowed and what it is are two different things. Just strictly from what marriage has always been is the idea of two separate parts coming in a union to be able to have, hopefully, a lifelong partnership to raise kids, adopt kids, or have kids. It is the attraction of opposites. If you want to redefine marriage, that's fine, that's your contention, but I take a classical view of marriage.
Both were anti-immigration, both were college dropouts, both showed
classical, which just means I have like a white colonizer perspective of marriage under patriarchy.
And helped him found Turning Point USA. Both were overtly anti-communist and anti-progressive. Both toured college campuses debating students and creating spectacle to bring attention to his cause. Both couched their politics in a false image of Christian faith based solely on whiteness. Both were even from the state of Illinois, with Rockwell being from Bloomington and Kirk being from Arlington Heights. It's the future home of the Bears, which, that's so bad. And there's one more similarity I'm gonna save for later. However, for a lot of you, this might be your first time ever hearing of George Rockwell. Hell, I didn't know much about him till earlier this year. And shout out to Westside Tyler for making a similar comparison between him and Charlie Kirk in a video just a few months back. But despite the fact that Rockwell was a well-known figure in the 60s during the civil rights movement, often trailing Martin Luther King on his speaking engagements and marches, he's been erased from our history. And the reason is obvious. Rockwell made one mistake. He said the quiet part out loud a lot.
Commander George Lincoln Rockwell, you are head of the American Nazi Party?
Yes, sir.
How can you possibly justify leading an organization whose objectives are the liquidation of the Jews, the removal of the Negroes to Africa, and the turning of the United States into a fascist state?
Well, I don't know where you got those supposed objectives, but they're ridiculous. We have no such objectives. As you have said, we are not out to liquidate the Jews. We are out to liquidate communist traitors. Unfortunately, too many Jewish
That's what they always
atheists,
say.
not religious Jews, but too many religious atheist Jews are mixed up in communism.
He was too honest about what the American right really was and what they wanted. He was too extreme, not in his rhetoric, much of which was popular then and is openly parroted by the American right now. No, his problem is that he openly called himself a Nazi. He did it at a time where Americans had spent years branding themselves as anti-Nazi, even though the Nazis modeled their genocide off of Jim Crow laws in America. They were still the bad guys to us then and still today. But his political platform was damn near identical to Trumpism.
Rockwell soon discovered that the well-educated and spirited Judith was nothing like the mental image of a wife, based on the demure and submissive Claire. He quickly eroded whatever relationship he had with the Altmans by blaming them for not training Judith for the proper, meaning docile and compliant role of a wife and mother, which was, in his view, the only appropriate station for a woman.
Submit to your husband, Taylor.
But unlike Kirk and so many figures on the right, he didn't play coy with plausible deniability. He didn't wink and nod with other white supremacists in the crowd. He didn't say stand back and stand by. He said
you fucking ill.
Power. That's a book he wrote. He named one of his magazines The Stormtrooper, and one of his followers went on to write the Turner Diaries, the Bible of white supremacist fan fiction. So he is not mentioned in today's modern society and has been erased from history. And I'm not saying that's a bad thing, but it's interesting to consider that he himself has been erased, but not his rhetoric, especially since conservatives today have come to identify themselves with Nazis so much that making Nazis bad guys in movies and TV shows and video games is offensive to them. We just had a guy call himself a fascist on Jubilee to laughter and applause. But let's go back to that last similarity between Kirk and Rockwell I didn't speak on yet. It's in how they both died. The story right now is that Kirk was shot by a young white man named Tyler Robinson, sniped from a rooftop. Tyler Robinson has been branded as a leftist by a lot of conservative media due to some incredibly specious and circumstantial pieces of evidence that I'll talk more about later. I will add now that everything from his past life to his parents to his username on Steam and his hobbies indicates that he was your typical right-leaning young man from Utah. Meanwhile, Rockwell was also sniped from a roof by John Patler, a former member of his American Nazi Party who had a tumultuous tenure with the party due to not fitting into the Aryan aesthetic, for which he was eventually ousted by Rockwell for his Bolshevik tendencies. But what he really meant to say was that Patler was a closeted gay man. And I'm sorry if I can't not engage with the profound irony of these similarities and what they tell us about the hidden costs of movements like Rockwell's and Kirk's. The fact that Rockwell named his magazine Stormtrooper.
The closet cases. The closet cases in these positions of power that use their internalized hatred as a vehicle for violent oppression of others and to gain access to power is just reprehensible. But also, this is why I think having self-respect, that is one of the bases of morality. That if you genuinely respect yourself, then you are able to respect other people. When you deny who you are, you tend to lash out at the world as you see it trying to out you against your will. Exactly. And try to impose that on other people through violent means.
Explicitly insinuating the untimely death of his followers for the white cause, and the fact that it's that same belief in the expendability of his followers that led to his own death. And a similar thing can be said about Kirk, whose last words were literally him attempting to deflect the reality of spree shooters and similar acts of senseless gun violence that he's defended throughout his career, acts that, believe it or not, are far more likely to kill men who look like him than look like me. Because of this, Kirk ends up being just another victim of his own cult. The world Kirk helped build is the same one that killed him, and now they want to make him a martyr. Not a cautionary tale, not an opportunity to reflect, but a symbol to push their same destructive movement forward. And I can talk all day about how the rhetoric of the right and Kirk and Rockwell and whomever hurts me and those like me and those I care about, but we kind of already know that. Instead, let's talk about y'all. Let's talk about the other casualties of this forever culture war. Let's talk about the young white men dying like Charlie Kirk did. Part 3, look at me. I can't stop talking about the Joker, y'all. I'm sorry. I promise I won't be here long, but it's important. We got to get into the media analysis back.
Okay. Oh, does he have the like Heath Ledger Joker, it looks like? But the movie Joker, was it just Joker or The Joker? I should look this up. The mascot of incels.
Just a little bit for this section. The short of my infatuation with Joker as it pertains to this topic, for those of you who are new, there was once a time when the Joker was this silly, almost queer-coded agent of chaos that was a...
Yes, queer-coded for sure. We're dressing up like clowns. Okay. Wigs, face paint. Yes, we're queer-coded. He's talking about the Joker as a character.
Popular villain, but not this icon for disaffected, predominantly white men. When I was a kid, I saw Jack Nicholson as the Joker in the first Batman movie, and I thought, yeah, that's cool. But nobody wanted to be him. Same thing for the Joker in the reruns of the 1960s and the classic cartoon series in the 90s. But then in 2008, with The Dark Knight Returns, the gritty revamp of the Batman films, we got a new reimagining of the Joker as representing the aforementioned disaffected group of angry, predominantly white men. And I've talked in multiple videos now on how that image of the Joker is so iconic to these men and boys because it embodies a fantastical, ultra-violent response to an indifferent and cruel society that both causes their dysfunction and rejects them forward. And because of this, they lash out. And while
That was
the
an
Joker's popularity
amazing
has
way of
waned
putting
as the
that.
years have gone on, the sentiment behind his popularity has gone nowhere. The chaotic, evil desire to have revenge on society is just as salient in a lot of young, predominantly white men, Dax notwithstanding. The last Batman movie just took the same character motivation and put it on the Riddler this time instead of the Joker, just because it still is just as salient now as it has been probably for several generations. This nation is full of angry, nihilistic, and potentially violent young men trying to get anyone to pay attention. And I don't think people realize how integral that sentiment is to movements like the American Nazis or Turning Point USA. These photos that we see of these young men back years ago in Virginia, these are not white men who are well on track in life, who are finding their way easily through this world. No, these are rejects. We're seeing the type of men that if the Joker was real, they probably would have been some of his goons, or as Rockwell duly named, stormtroopers. Stormtrooper might sound like Tyler Robinson. The limited info on Robinson indicates that he was actually a young man of significant intelligence, having a 4.0 GPA, scoring 34 out of 36 in his college entrance exams, ranking him in the top 10% of testers. Yet he went to an unremarkable state school and dropped out after one semester to enter trade school. He was described as shy and quiet by many and was clearly deep into internet culture if the memes he put on the bullet casings and his choice of Halloween costumes are of any indication. And that's all we know, really. Over a month after this huge story, it's been radio silent on any new information and why he did this. Conservative
Joker was never an incel until the last movie. Riddler, on the other hand, has always been an incel. That is true, but I want to hear your explanation as to why. He's too caught up with puzzles. He's just alone all the time. But yes, like the evolution of the Joker. Joker was definitely not an incel in like the comic books. Like he and Harley Quinn are like fucking. I don't know.
Like to say the memes on his bullet cases indicate a left-wing political stand.
Riddler always gives up on love focus, messing with the Batman. Okay.
The only other ostensibly left-leaning
I'm not as
aspect of
familiar
Robinson's
with his
life is the revelation that
character.
He was allegedly in a queer relationship with his roommate who was said to be trans, though there's minimal evidence of
What
that
do you
as
feel
well.
like is
Mind you, Tyler
the
Robinson
best
being
version
bisexual
of
or pansexual or
Riddler
whatever
out of the ones
wouldn't make
that
him
you
any
are
less
familiar
right-wing.
with?
Right-wing men are very much fans of queer sex and trans women. The log-cabin Republicans are a thing. Gay Nazis were a thing, even amongst Rockwell's group. If you talk to trans women, they will tell you some of their biggest fans tend to be Republican men. There's also been some effort by those on the left to say that
Hello?
Robinson was actually far right and killed Kirk because
There's a reason why my shirt says, "Tell your dad to stop calling me." This is what trans people deal with. These closet cases that are causing so much harm in the world. Like, tons of times his origin, he works at Wayne Enterprise with a woman who likes him but often ignores her just to focus on work and messing with Batman. Is he an incel? Or is he just queer? And how much of that is a crossover of these closeted queers? Well, I mean, like, FD's talking about it, of like who then internalize this hatred and then they're using it for supremacist reasons. But they also use it to justify their misogyny of like the existence of like gay Nazis, queer, trans, people of color, Nazis. The best Riddler for me is in the Arkham universe. Okay. Interesting. Who is, I don't know, superhero universes enough to feel like I have an opinion even. Who is the incel of the Marvel universe? I don't think he wants to be with Batman, more just be better than him because his self-worth is tied to his intelligence. And when it exists, a man called the world's greatest detective tends to get upset. Okay. Interesting. Is the Arkham universe mostly in video games? This is probably a dumb question. Or does it also feature in like the comics? It's in the games. Okay, that's what I thought.
He wasn't right-leaning enough. Many connect the memes to other far-right groups, specifically those led by Nick Fuentes, who's a constant and persistent critic of Charlie Kirk. More there that sounds plausible from a biased position, but there's no this assertion as well. Then, of course, we have the conspiracy theory.
I could have told you that Nick Fuentes, whatever his name is, Nick Fuentes is a nose picker, but I did not need to see that. I did not need to see that. There's a tie in the comics. Okay.
It was about the Epstein files or the Israel lobby, body doubles, and all kinds of stuff that comes from these moments. But at the end of the day, until we hear from Tyler directly, we don't have a strong understanding of why he allegedly did this. All that said, I have what I think is a compelling explanation, which is that Tyler Robinson was like a lot of young white men, except he's evolved somewhat. Tyler didn't technically commit an act of mass violence. Instead, he made a mass spectacle of violence. We'll explain this a bit by talking about spree shooters. There's been a lot of effort as of late by the state, law enforcement, and of course people like Charlie Kirk to reframe spree shootings and mass killings in ways that fail to isolate the disproportionately white male and right-wing nature of these mass violence incidents. All domestic terror acts of mass violence and spree shootings are disproportionately done by right-leaning straight white males. Kirk's incredibly ironic last words were him responding, counting or not counting gang violence, to a question about spree shootings. He was trying to insert a racist dog whistle to deflect from the point of the question. And he did this because
it is predominantly straight white Christian nationalists who are committing these acts of violence. And we have reports on this that the DOJ has been deleting. So they are trying to as I say it, like rewrite history, and we need to constantly call this out because that is what the data shows.
Engaging with the reality of what spree shootings are in America will require us to critically look at white people, white men specifically. The right has put a lot of effort in making spree shootings an issue of trans people somehow, even though most research indicates that trans people make up less than 1% of all spree shootings. And bringing up mass shootings in the context of street violence as if it's a black inner city gang thing hides the white male right-wing nature of the phenomenon even more. Gang violence and spree shootings have completely different circumstances and motivations and thus responses. But conflating those two is the point for men like Kirk. Again, the goal isn't the greater truth or understanding, it's breaking containment. This is not to say that all spree shootings that aren't a part of street violence are done by only white men. There's figures like Brian Nichols or Christopher Dorner as examples of black spree shooters, but aside from being relatively rare, it's also not hard to recognize the difference between someone like Christopher Dorner, who went on a killing spree over being fired from his job as a police officer, versus Scott Paul Bierle, who killed 6 women at a yoga studio because he was depressed and couldn't get a date. And again, there are some black spree shooters with similar motifs, but they pale in comparison to the amount of white ones. While both events are abhorrent, only one reminds me of the popularity of the Joker. Only one involves this vague desire for retribution on society, which tends to be the unique motivation for mostly right shooters and almost no one else. In the aftermath of Kirk's murder, the term nihilistic terrorism or nihilistic violent extremists popped up on people's radars.
Talk about nihilistic violent extremism, but haven't really set out to define what it is, and a lot of people don't know what it is. So what is it?
At its simplest terms, nihilistic violent extremism is a practical definition that allows authorities, specifically law enforcement and the FBI, to attribute acts of violence that are terroristic in nature but lack a singular ideological focus. It's individuals who are mobilized by maybe 3 or 4 ideologies, but none of them hold a primacy over that person's beliefs or why they took the violent actions they did. But nonetheless, they're seeking to exploit the weaknesses in society through violent means and hoping to see it collapse or at least degrade a little further.
Essentially saying, we don't really understand why.
You heard of stochastic terrorism? No. What is this?
Obvious factor in many of these events, the desire for attention.
So you think Batman's made Gotham a better place?
Stochastic terrorism.
Look at me.
Going all the way back to the Columbine killers. When you read their writings and the writings of other spree shooters, you see a ton of patterns. And one of them is the desire for people to see what they're going to do, to witness them. Many leave behind manifestos. They send press kits to the media. They document their preparation, release videos of themselves. Some even live stream themselves in the midst of the act. They stylize themselves in ways to build an aesthetic, often paying tribute to other shooters or images of white spectacle violence.
Yes. Okay. Stochastic terrorism, critical reflections on an emerging concept. This paper critically discusses the recent concept, stochastic terrorism, broadly, the idea that influential individuals may demonize target groups or individuals, inspiring unknown actors to take up terroristic violence against them. I collect together different strains of thought on the emerging concept, reflecting critically on what a suitable definition of the phenomenon would look like, or whether it would be needed, what the social urge to coin the concept may reveal about authoritarian power and violence, that's interesting, and what makes this form of political violence possible. I argue that present commentary fails to emphasize sufficiently the role of mistruth and deceit in such rhetoric, as well as its historical and mainstream precedents. Moreover, I understand the phenomenon to be specifically authoritarian in nature, which not only demonizes but dehumanizes its targets. In light of this, I suggest that given both the mainstreaming of racist conspiracy theory and the historical and continuing presence of centrally constructed folk devils, which is still part of colonization as well, folk devils of like this colonizer view of like, oh, paganism and what is folk and what is not. The authoritarian problem, which can manifest. Yeah, so it's directly tied into like colonial white supremacy, which can manifest into stochastic violence, is very much endemic to modern liberal democracies. With this framing of stochastic violence in mind, we ignore it simply as a buzzword at our peril, even if the theoretical issues I have highlighted continue to persist, even if we struggle to pin down the concept with desired clarity. It bears a phenomenological significance and reflects an ongoing political structure of violence. Interesting. Basically spending all the time rage baiting to get people worked up, hoping that someone will do something. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's a great way of putting that. Where it's this also kind of like imposed, like there are some people that do feel some of the ills of what it is like to live in this like capitalist hellscape where like white supremacy, like these forms of non-consensual domination that prop up our societies hurt everyone in them, and that they are a direct example of feeling like how there is this victim complex that is claimed of people who are actually marginalized by these people, and they instead do this reverse oppression where it's like, even if they do experience like the ills of being in capitalism, they then view it as because of the existence of anyone outside of their in-group that they are constantly defining and redefining. And this is something that we will see, especially with all of the bullshit happening nationally, of how there will be so much infighting of what kinds of whiteness they are wanting to prioritize, that as they get more and more fascistic, that circle will become tighter and tighter and smaller, and that they were also wanting to define what Christianity is, that they are going to eliminate certain kinds of Christians, and that like we need to exploit some of these ways that they will probably and already are fighting too.
Columbine shooters, for example, often got accused of being fans of The Matrix or that there was a connection there, but actually they were clearly referencing this scene from 1995's Basketball Diaries.
Huh. I didn't know that. Damn.
These acts are intended to give them meaning in a world where they feel meaningless. And I would argue that even the killers who do
hate authoritarianism.
Motivated
Yes.
still desire some sense of notoriety and attention. Dylan Roof was an overt white supremacist, and his killing, like many right-wing terrorists, was explicitly
And how people want to be authoritarians
so many people
in their own lives.
Again, inspired by the Turner
Because they're so disempowered by this larger authoritarianism.
Aggrandized himself as the only person resolute enough to do what had to be done for white people, and wrote in his diary in jail how he hated that people had the nerve to question exactly why he was doing what he was doing, to question his mental wellness or say he had a drug problem. He didn't want any of those normal excuses y'all be giving to these white boys. He was adamant, and he's been very clear since then, that he has no sorrow for the lives that he took. You don't do this much because you're indifferent to being known and understood. No, you want to be known and understood. You want your words and actions to be influential and mean something. And I know this because law enforcement knows this. Since probably the mid-2010s, when it became clear that mass shootings were just
I'm gonna get more water real quick.
We had to deal with here in America, the media and authorities began to give less attention and energy to spreading the names and faces of the perpetrators of these crimes. It used to be that committing a spree shooting of some sort would get your face all over the news for weeks or months. You get tons of examination of your life and your background and your parents and your friends and all this stuff, academic papers, interviews in prison, whole documentaries, etc. Now you're lucky if your incident stays in the news cycle for more than 48 hours, and the media will rarely say your name on TV. But what if you kill or attempt to kill someone famous? Then they can't ignore you. Literally the same day Charlie Kirk was killed, there was a spree shooter by a kid obsessed with Hitler and Nazis in a whole other state. But he didn't kill Charlie Kirk, so none of us remember this. Consider how much more famous Matthew Crooks would have been if he had actually killed Donald Trump. Further, look at his very similar background to Robinson. Quiet kid, highly intelligent, highly online. All the usual features, but at some point Crooks knew that he wanted to do some type of spectacle act of violence, and he researched spree shooting and other things extensively before deciding to kill Donald Trump. But he failed, and instead his attempt became fuel for Trump's presidential campaign, and his story has been mostly pushed to the side. But understand, targeting famous public figures for infamy isn't a new thing, and it's probably going to make a strong comeback because this is what disaffected, mostly white men have been doing for years. When you look at Ronald Reagan or Bjork or the murder of John Lennon, they all have the same similarities. My goal in bringing up spree shootings is to beg an obvious question. Why is this something that Americans have just allowed to happen here in America? No other country in the world, even countries with plenty of guns like Canada, has this many acts of senseless violence. But more interestingly, why do we not engage with the uniquely white nature of this phenomenon? Not just the fact that the shooters are predominantly white, but also the fact that the victims are predominantly white. Of all the inherent paradoxes in the modern American right wing, none to me are more striking than the fact that 20 white kids dying at an elementary school, or a high school, or an all-white church, or an all-white country music concert would bear minimal energy or attention in the alleged pro-life conservative agenda.
It also has to do with class.
The right has only doubled, tripled, and
they don't care as much about the lives of people who are in like public school.
And distracting from any real efforts to look inward. Him being murdered in a similar
there's a reason why there was more like quote unquote hysteria. I'm using this in an ironic way since it's often used in a sexist way. That the CEO was killed by Luigi Mangione, and not for any of these kids and shootings that happen, and how that is a direct reflection of class, in my opinion. And the gun lobby, and how ingratiated it is as well, even in this religious nationalism, this Christian religious nationalism.
Questions on the nature of these acts is so ironic that it feels like something from a movie. Charlie Kirk's murder is yet another cry for attention from white men who are suffering under late-stage capitalism and alienation. But at this point, it's clear that the excesses of white death in this country is not a glitch, it's a feature. It's the entire point. And that's why Kirk has to be celebrated and elevated to such a high level, because he was a true believer turned public martyr. And other white men like him will be lucky to share his fate. But the reality is, most of the other deaths in the name of this cult don't have nearly the same level of exaltation.
Obviously, that's not what either of us are saying.
But what do you think is the cause of it? Like, what do you think is the reason why more men aren't succeeding and getting college degrees, and more men aren't going out and making as much money in their 20s?
I think that
because privilege. Because if you forced them to, because privilege. And this idea that they don't have to work as hard as other people, that they are inherently better, and that the world has to then be bent to their whims and will and their mediocrity most of the time. Because they're threatened by anything different, anything that falls out of this like sameness that they're constantly wanting to be a proponent of.
Does not necessarily lend itself to the disposition that men have got. So they're less conscientious than women from a personality standpoint on average. That means that it's really difficult, comparatively, on average, for you to be able to remind yourself that you need to do the sort of homework. Men are more predisposed to addiction, they're more predisposed to using recreational drugs, they're more predisposed to being in jail, to all of the sort of gang stuff that people get drawn into. It's just more likely for guys. There are more routes that men can be pulled away.
People on the right say pretty consistently that the left offers no answers to young men. The phrase is often, the left has failed men. And I get why they say this. It's stupid, but I get what they're trying to get at. They're getting at the fact that the left offers men no easy answers for the specific things they believe are causing them problems. Instead, the left, because we're talking about a very nebulous thing, right, offers young men a relatively unproven and risky way of reimagining themselves as men, which is in many ways antithetical to the way they have been taught to think a man should be. They are literally telling them the thing that they're actually pursuing is the problem in the first place. So of course, how could that be an easy or viable answer from that particular standpoint?
Also, patriarchy has failed men. And there are such ideas about like patriarchy and internalized misogyny and these like non-consensual forms of domination that do exist on the left as well. Like why you can still have like sexism like from a leftist or something, where it's like these like the culture of patriarchy as well as the system of patriarchy is built into society, that there are like very clear benefits of being male from this society that is built from legislation and policy, and also this idea of patriarchy of saying like when you see someone presenting as more masculine, of affording them more respect in certain ways, of like that internalized bias that is conditioned under patriarchy, where it's like there are all of these expectations and like disproportionate benefits that they are also blamed for, which it's like patriarchy is to blame, and then you have people who are bad actors within patriarchy who are actively trying to perpetuate it and keep it going. But if we decolonize these systems and make it so that they are not as patriarchal, that we actually have more like very real instances of like defanging patriarchy, of like allowing people to have reproductive freedom and to not limit voting based on name changes, which is also a form of like patriarchal transphobia that is bent on keeping these binaries very strict and defining these binaries as well. That it's like once we start to decolonize these things and allow people to have more opportunity, that ultimately this will benefit everyone. That the people who are suffering because of patriarchy and all of these weird projections of masculinity and conditioning of violence, especially with the identity of what it means to be masculine, that it then will not make it so that people are suffering as much from it, whether they are the recipients of this violence or they are experiencing the socialization and like conditioning of it as well.
There's no shortage of left-leaning men that exhibit the traits we often associate with traditional masculinity and manhood, whether it be physical prowess, desirability, wealth, being a solid father figure or provider, and in plenty of cases, being a misogynist or a patriarch. None of these things are unique to the right. Further, if you look at a lot of modern right-wing male figures, they come up pretty fucking short in their performance of masculinity, whether it be Ben Shapiro's clear low T count, or the fact that many right-wing men like Kanye West or Steven Crowder can't keep their women or don't take care of their kids. But the right has the advantage in branding, not in truth. And so because they can frame their false images of masculinity as the appropriate ones, it's an uphill battle for anyone outside of that. The right's image of masculinity is based in dominance, and the left's isn't. To the right, as long as a man aspires to exhibits traits of dominance, then he's okay in their eyes. And while, again, these problems do exist with men on the left, we're not branding ourselves as such, and that limits our reach. Conversely, the right tells young men and boys that they can be a dominant alpha male as long as they follow them on Instagram and buy their vitamins and do this workout plan, as well as this 11-step course to becoming a millionaire before the age of 30. And none of it works, of course. The irony, the immense irony of the left has failed men is that the right has always failed men. The right has been in control of what men say they're trying to be for generations. And why are we where we are today if not for the false things they've been selling y'all?
Algorithmically generated content on social media contributes to and profits from young men's growing social isolation, boredom, and ignorance, with the deepest pocketed firms on the planet trying to convince young men that they can have a reasonable facsimile of life on a screen. Many grow up without acquiring the skills to build social capital or create wealth. The statistics are insane. Like 45% of
I love AI slime. No. No.
Largely describe America right now as a giant bet on AI. 10 companies have driven all the growth in GDP, are responsible for 77% of the earnings growth. Our economy literally rests on 10 companies now, often referred to as the Magnificent 10. And they do several things, but quite frankly, they're in the business of enragement, polarization, and then sequestering young people from all other activities. Now, of trying to establish a romantic partnership when you have literally lifelike synthetic porn. So what are we doing? I think we have our economy is attached to one objective, and that is to evolve a new species of asocial, asexual males. Unintentionally, we have an economic interest, right now I would argue, in planning our own extinction.
It's not controversial to say that modern men are in a state of crisis, but that crisis is very much man-made. And by man-made,
Yes.
I mean capitalism, of course. I
Exactly.
hear Tucker Carlson's worried about T levels, and he's right. There's substantial evidence that men have less testosterone today than they did a generation ago. Is it due to cultural degeneration or trans women?
The shoes.
That corporations have been allowed to feed us
This part was
for most of the last 50 years.
such a weird thing to get enraged about. You need to get bigger problems. You really need to get bigger problems if you're enraged that the green M&M is not wearing high heels anymore because it's a sign of these gender roles and female oppression, where, guess what, Tucker? Did you know that men have worn heels in history and still do? Interesting. I bet Tucker wears heels on the weekends. And, like, same. But just be honest about it. Just be honest about it. We have got to look at your Grindr profile because that also is happening. That's also happening for him. My green M&M isn't. The West has fallen. Exactly. It's so crazy to be like, it's not because like you weren't getting paid enough. Like you aren't upset because you have a horrible boss. You aren't upset because like you're being oppressed in all these ways that you like have to find problems like this. Like, I would hope you know that my first wet dream was to the green M&M, and this means a lot to me. That's like, calm down. This is way too much. Way too much.
To head a household. Is this because feminism has made women more masculine, or because neoliberalism has made it impossible to support a family on a normal job? Is it because capitalism incentivizes employers to pay people less and less to work them more and more, and the right constantly fights against raising the taxes on the wealthy who are in control of that equation? Let alone raising the minimum wage or paying for healthcare, maternity leave. Who would want to get married under any circumstances when it's two people just struggling together? Everything about modern men and modern society is a direct reflection of the failures of modern capitalism, but the right refuses to acknowledge this to the detriment of its own followers. The most damning statistic of the dysfunction amongst white men specifically can be found in the suicide rate. While so many white supremacists like to talk about 1350, the distorted data point that says African Americans make up 13% of the population and 50% of the crime, which is a willful misrepresentation of FBI data that we all should know by now. I've talked about it before. I'm not getting back into it. But what about 30/70? Y'all ever hear that one? That represents the percentage of white men in this country and the percentage of suicides that they represent. Yes, white men are 30% of the population and represent a whopping 70% of suicides in America.
It's almost as if
it's the left.
these systems of oppression hurt them
and this is
too.
on top of all the ugly things I talked about,
Especially
in the
the
last
poor
section, like
ones
spree shooters, or
living in rural areas.
acts of family annihilation, where white men wake up one day and decide to murder their entire family, their wife and their kids, because they lost their job or dealing with depression, both of which may or may not also end in suicide. Do I even want to get into pornography addiction? Pornography consumption is more prominent and tends to be more deviant in red states. You southern red states love your femboys and your porn. And pornography addiction, on occasion, spirals out into white men committing spree shootings. If any other group in this country had these types of disproportionate negative health outcomes, it will be all over every news space on a regular basis with explicit detail. They will call it the white male spree shooter problem and not the male loneliness crisis, because the reality is, it's the white male loneliness crisis.
Yes.
I recently watched a video by CoffeeZilla where he talks about the proliferation of gambling in our daily society. Shout out to him for the video as a whole, but I couldn't help be frustrated that he didn't.
There are
touch
so
on
many
who
gambling
the
things
targets
now.
of this type of stuff is, which is young white men scared about their position in society, hoping that something as simple and easy and low effort as gambling can pull them out of a situation where they might be at the bottom of the economic reality and push them to the top. And yes, you do have people like Kevin Hart, Drake, even Drewski and Joe Budden appear in some of these gambling commercials, which, by the way, shout out to Kai Cenat for being one of the few to turn like these multi-million dollar gambling company deals. He turned one down. So yes, black figures are
Good
part
for
of the
him.
promotion of these sites, but this is just due diligence on the part of these gambling companies to hit every corner of men they can think of. The real targets are young white men looking to feel like winners to grasp an opportunity. And this works because they know how desperate people are, how big the gulf between the haves and the have-nots is growing, and how no amount of talent or hard work creates a solid path to a viable, successful life in this country anymore. Once again, your grandparents killed the New Deal in the 1960s so that black people couldn't live too close to you. And mind you, problem gambling has a higher suicide rate than any other form of addiction. And people like Joe Rogan promote it regularly in between complaining about the masculinity crisis to his predominantly white male audience, all for the love of money, which he doesn't need. He got it from Saudi Arabia. And again, this is not to say that black and other men don't suffer from these issues, that the suicide rate for men in general is abnormally high over the last 40 years. But considering all the other ways in which black people tend to lead in negative health outcome categories, you got to think that white men are working extra hard to outdo structural racism to take the lead here, all while simultaneously escaping the scrutiny and disrespect that usually comes with it. But here's the thing. This particular social problem is just as influenced by structural issues with white men as social problems affecting black men and black people in general and everyone else. It's just a different function of the same exact structure.
Of white supremacy
white male-oriented
in capitalism
have attempted to lay the blame for these issues at the aspects of modern society. They blame women, immigrants, gay people, etc., for promoting degeneracy. And somehow that is causing like factories to shut down in their Midwestern towns, even though they can't quite connect the dots there for you. They don't have to, because that's what you kind of want to believe. And they want you to believe this because if you don't, then you might accidentally engage with structures of patriarchy and capitalism that have been used to kill as many opportunities for normal white men as they have for anyone else. And mind you, this is why people like Kirk argue against women being independent and getting educated. The whole trad wife thing that has become popular in the last couple of years is a marketing ploy to convince women that they were better off in the 1950s when they couldn't get a divorce.
The 3 M's
exactly.
make you a better citizen and more conservative, which of course is mortgage, marriage, and mating.
In fact, ending no-fault divorce is literally something mating right now. They want
Ew. I hate that. This is how they think. This is how they think of intimacy. It's so... They're so weird. They're so weird.
Not have autonomy, often using the fact that women are so unhappy now as evidence of the failure of feminism, which is ironic because it actually just proves the left's point about everything. One thing that never gets brought up when we talk about the male loneliness epidemic, because it takes the focus away from explicitly men, is the fact that while the suicide rate for men is abnormally high and has been for decades now, women are actually more likely to attempt suicide than men. They're not doing any better under the current situation.
Yes.
And in another sick twist, the only reason why their
Worse, 'cause
suicide rate isn't
patriarchy.
higher is because of the methods women tend to choose for killing themselves versus men. To be blunt, men are more likely to use guns in attempting suicide, which is much more lethal than the methods women tend to use, such as attempting to overdose on pills. Thus, women are more likely to survive, creating opportunities for future intervention. And white men are more likely to own firearms, often as a manifestation of achieving masculine status and or the irrational fear that black people or immigrants or terrorists or wherever else are dangerous to them. So they want to carry these guns around in case they have to become John Rambo one day. And ironically, that just ends up making it easier for them to kill themselves when things don't go well for them. A paper published in the National Institute of Health said the following.
Themes of white male anxiety are common in recent social science research. For example, Carlson shows that white male anxiety surrounding perceived threats to their dominant status explains high rates of gun ownership among whites. Kimmel also demonstrates that the pressure to be economically successful, particularly in times of economic uncertainty, is a major source of distress among white men. Indeed, the narrative of the erosion of the authority of white men and perceived status threats is evident in the formation of the Tea Party movement and the rise of men's rights groups. Research on health and well-being also supports these notions. Case and Deaton show that suicide rates among white males have increased, which they speculate have been fueled by hopelessness. In response to this study, Phillips hypothesized that white men may have experienced greater increases in suicide because they were socialized to believe that they would experience upward social mobility and economic prosperity in a way that racial minority men were not. In other words, these men had further to fall.
This excerpt mentions Michael Kimmel and his concept of aggrieved entitlement. And while Kimmel has for various reasons fallen out of favor in gender studies, I don't think anyone has a better framework for examining the uniqueness of this specific social ill for white men specifically. Kimmel states the following in a paper titled Suicide by Mass Murder.
Feeling aggrieved, wronged by the world, these are typical adolescent feelings, common to many boys and girls. What transforms the aggrieved into mass murderers is also a sense of entitlement, a sense of using violence against others, making others hurt as you, yourself, might hurt. Aggrieved entitlement inspires revenge against those who have wronged you. It is compensation for humiliation. Humiliation is emasculation. Humiliate someone and you take away his manhood. For many men, humiliation must be avenged or you cease to be a man. Aggrieved entitlement is a gendered emotion, a fusion of that humiliating loss of manhood and the moral obligation and entitlement to get it back.
These men have been told all their lives that they should align themselves with these structures and traditions, that masculinity should be a certain way, and it's their job to ensure that if they abide by certain rules and traditions, that they will be rewarded. And in that process, they become foot soldiers or maybe even stormtroopers for these structures. And being a soldier is costly, and the cost is their happiness, well-being, and possibly their lives. And it's all to protect the system that does not have their best interest in mind. And more, so many of these men are recognizing that the structure is not holding up its end of the bargain, and they're looking around at their peers slowly dying, but instead of recognizing the system as the problem, they listen to the system explain to them that the real problem is trans middle schoolers playing soccer. And for a long time, it was really hard for me to make sense of that. How so many of these men can fall for such obvious misdirection, and why so few recognize the real problem. But then as I've studied the manosphere and the right wing over and over, I realized that it's not because it makes sense, but because it makes community. It's because the cohesive identity of white men is literally worth dying for from their perspective. The real challenge that the left has in attracting men is the fact that it means deconstructing this ideological framework and reconstructing the concept of community and kinship for a lot of white men that, let's be honest, a lot of us don't want to be around. It's why so many white men on the left hold on to those same frameworks when they get here, allowing many problems to repeat themselves. And any white man on the left that tells you otherwise is not to be trusted. It's that sense of belonging and community that creates a barrier.
Yeah.
And understanding that, it makes sense how so much of our daily lives have been atomized to reduce community, because it makes it so the only community left for many of these white men are these reactionary right-wing spaces. I remember when I was a teen that rock and metal were much more prominent parts of white male culture. There were much more popular genres of music that were intrinsically anti-establishment, anti-corporate, and unsurprisingly, within all that convergence of media companies, you saw them purposefully begin to exclude those types of very much white-oriented music in favor of music that was more easily commodifiable. Deja Sade does a great analysis on how Eminem, believe it or not, was probably the last true anti-establishment white megastar figure holding off the full control of MAGA for white minds today. Because today, most images of viable white masculinity that are popular are very much right-wing, very much corporately sponsored, happy dog, happy dad, whatever the beer company is, all these podcasts.
I've never seen that before.
It's Theo Vaughn, it's Aiden Ross,
That is
it's
wild.
Brilliant Idiots, or whatever dude's name is that be hanging with Charlemagne. And this is why Trump went to all of those podcasts, kind of just casually saying whatever the fuck he wanted with no pushback. And now all of them are like, I can't believe he didn't release the Epstein files. We were tricked. It may seem like I'm being flippant here, but I genuinely just
That
feel
editing.
Getting back to media analysis for a second. I can't not think of the War Boys from the Mad Max movies. I remember watching Fury Road back in 2015, recognizing that it was a brave decision to not just have these foot soldiers in the movie be nameless peons to be killed in the background.
Like
Instead,
skinheads,
the War
too.
Boys were this great metaphor for what's happening to boys in our world right now. We watch as one of them goes through a metamorphosis to find meaning in a seemingly meaningless life, greatly through developing a new community apart from its cult of origin. I found a quote from the Mad Max fan wiki that is sourced to George Miller, though I couldn't verify this, still is too perfect to leave out here.
These war boys have no choice. They're culturally impoverished. There's no books, there's no internet, there's no theaters, no radio, no music. All they have are the detritus of the past, and they refashion it so a steering wheel becomes a religious artifact. They do the sign of the V8, the engine they've scarified onto their bodies, because an engine is much more permanent than a human body. They chrome their teeth, because chrome is such a rare thing. So like all cults, this is another cult invented by Immortan Joe in order to get people to die on his behalf.
What's so effective about them as a metaphor is how these boys reinforce each other. They're a community before anything. They actively have some touching and endearing moments of brotherhood within their cult, which is something that needs to be recognized. It's why it works. But at the end of the day, regardless of those minor positive moments, this is a closed circle. They're not allowed out and not allowed to see the world beyond their existence, lest what happens to Nux, the character in the first Mad Max, happens to more of them. And this is exactly what happens in a lot of these male-oriented right-wing spaces. These boys and young men spend countless hours in group chats, Reddit pages, and the comment sections of their favorite creators, creating culture around the cult, reinforcing their behavior and paradoxically toxifying each other where it would be incredibly hard for them to ever find community elsewhere. And the result is death. Socially, if they're lucky, but eternally for more than we like to think about. And in the meantime, the real life Immortan Joe and his various cronies enrich themselves through their sacrifices. Don't look up how much money Trump has made in the variety of crypto scams and contracts in just the first year of his presidency, all off the backs of these same white men who voted for him, whose lives have not changed at all. The rise in the suicide rate in America over the last 20 plus years is almost exclusively driven by white men, often due to depression, addiction, despair, and a loss of hope, all while the right has controlled this country for most of the last 50 plus years and has pointed to us and everyone else as a minority, saying somehow it's our fault. And if you include the political reigns of Clinton and Obama and Biden as being right-wing, which you should do some
I'm gonna get
Googles,
this real quick.
It's all pretty much right-wing all the time for a generation, for at least my entire life. But even not counting them, right now, Republicans have the Congress, the presidency, the Supreme Court, all three branches of the government. And what have they done for y'all? Aside from fucking up us. What has changed? In fact, they're actively trying to make y'all less healthy and less wealthy as we speak, as the president spends $300 million to redecorate the White House and invites tech billionaires over to hang out and plan future contracts for shit that will only make our lives worse. But as others have noted, cruelty is the point. If y'all know I'm suffering, then you're getting exactly what you want. I guess these right-wing men, these white right-wing men, haven't discovered some newfound value in their lives in the process, but they're seeing the inherent cruelty of right-wing ideology come to prominence. Abortion is gone. Affirmative action is gone. Trans rights are gone. Immigrants are being hunted in the streets. Genocide is still happening, and even more is on the horizon, but nothing for addiction, nothing for mental health. You're still getting gambling commercials probably in between watching this video. Nothing to improve that is on the American agenda. The big beautiful bill made significant cuts to benefits and made it so you can't even challenge AI doing whatever the fuck AI is about to do to us in the next 10 years. Meanwhile, Gen Z, the generation most targeted by Turning Point USA and Charlie Kirk, is committing suicide at a higher rate than previous generations. This is the agenda people were mourning when they say Charlie Kirk was a good guy, as his friends strip them of rights, money, humanity, and generally make them less healthy and less safe. As long as this video is, and as much as I've already said, I still don't think I have adequate words to make sense of that. So instead, I'll actually try to end with a little hope. An important thing to remember about all of this is that no fascist regime exists forever. And while fascism is here in this country right now, most Americans are not on board, even those who are politically uninclined, even those who are moderately right-leaning. In 2 terms, Trump has never been a popular president. He's consistently polled under 45%, and on average, he's the least popular president since the 1940s. He did not win by a landslide in 2024, nor did he win by a landslide in 2016. In fact, he's pulled in pretty much the same percentage of votes each time. If you manage to get off social media and stop watching entertainment news, you'll find that most people, even most white people, are not on board with this cult. They're not in it. Even in rural areas that have been greatly targeted by this cult, there are tons of people who understand what is happening and are resisting in ways that they can. Moreover, there are plenty of regular people who are amenable to just causes that just need to be built with, engaged with, talked to, and most importantly, organized. The reality is that the right is actually becoming more desperate because although they've been winning for so long, the fact that I'm even here making this video to as big an audience as I will get is an example of how things are changing. If they were truly so powerful, they wouldn't be working so hard to prove it. So those of us who are in spaces we can work to reach these people, specifically those of you who are whites that are maybe instead of moving to a gentrified area in the inner city, take your ass back to the rural spots where you came from and get shit percolating over there. I'm not going. I don't have the capacity. I've tried. It doesn't work. But you might be able to do better than I can. And I don't say this flippantly, them motherfuckers need help. They need you. We have to recognize that the vast majority of the men that I've been targeting in this video are victims in this equation. Most of them groomed from a young age to see the world in a very specific way that ends exactly where we know it ends, for them to be fuel for the machine. So they die and the beat goes on. And all other bullshit aside, as a person who's done work in rural areas, who's been a teacher to young white men in the suburbs, or just as a fucking human recognizing that meaningless devotion to death in the name of forces that don't care about you is a sad thing, it's hard not to have empathy for what's happening to these men, and that almost goes to Charlie Kirk, who was only 18 when he was found and groomed by his right-wing ultra-rich backers to be a stormtrooper in their war. They paid him handsomely to be on the front lines, of course. But I'd like to think that at 18, nothing gets set in stone for how you view the world. Who knows who he could have been without this structure in place. But instead, he was making jokes about genocide and running cover for pedophiles at the cost of his humanity and eventually his life. But out of respect for Charlie's memory, I'm going to do what Charlie would do and just say, damn, that's too bad. It's too bad what happened to you, bro. I don't know what to tell you. I have sympathy for you, but that's not my problem. personal responsibility in all of that. See, to recognize the sadness of a man dying like that, leaving his wife and children behind at such a young age, to feel something about the tragedy, I'd have to put myself in his shoes. I need empathy. And
Empathy is a made-up New Age term that it does a lot of damage, but it is very effective when it comes to politics. Sympathy I prefer more than empathy. That's a separate topic for a different time.
Ending with the Wu-Tang song Protect Your Neck. Wow. Damn. Okay. We'll get more into deconstructing gender and patriarchy tomorrow. But now, let's get into the reading. We're on chapter 3, about halfway through. This is a bit longer of a chapter. And I wear gloves, in case you don't know, because I have sweaty hands. I don't want to ruin my books. And they're also cute, I think. But I'm extra and have opera gloves instead. I don't have any other gloves. Maybe I shouldn't admit that. This is how practical I am. Okay. Reading Wuthering Heights, Volume 2. In the middle of Chapter 3, we see how Isabella has run away from Heathcliff. She's married to Heathcliff. Catherine has died. This is the same week that she has died. And she's telling Nellie about how she escaped. So we're at... So it's a story within a story, essentially. So on the outside story of what's happening is Nellie, otherwise known as Mrs. Dean, who is talking about the history of Wuthering Heights and Thrushcross Grange to Mr. Lockwood, who's the new tenant of Thrushcross Grange, and Heathcliff. The older Heathcliff owns both of these properties. And Nellie is a servant who grew up with Heathcliff and Catherine and talks about their story, their narrative. And within this story, Isabella has just escaped the house that she is in with Heathcliff. And she largely does not like it because it was her being demoted in class. And so she ended up having to do more like manual labor and stuff, and she did not like that. So she also, along with many of the other characters, uses a lot of racialized language when talking about Heathcliff, not just about like how he has darker skin and hair, but also like using it in conjunction with descriptions of animals and being a devil, where it is very blatantly discriminatory. So that is why in the modern adaptation, or not modern, the latest adaptation of this movie, why like it could engage with interesting elements of race that many people were upset by, which I was as well, that Heathcliff was not a person of color, and that it forces us to have more, or we should be engaging with more of a decolonizing lens. Okay. Okay, so this is Isabella talking to Nellie. Yester evening, I sat in my nook reading some old books till late on towards 12. It seemed so dismal to go upstairs, with wild snow blowing outside, and my thoughts continually reverting to the kirkyard and the new made grave. I dared hardly lift my eyes from the page before me, that melancholy scene so instantly usurped its place. Hindley sat opposite, his head leant on his hands, perhaps meditating on the subject. He had ceased drinking at a point below irrationality, and had neither stirred nor spoken during 2 or 3 hours. There was no sound through the house, but the moaning wind which shook the windows every now and then, the faint crackling of the coals, and the click of my snuffers as I removed at intervals the long wick of the candle. Hareton and Joseph were probably fast asleep in bed. It was very, very sad, and while I read, I sighed, for it seemed as if all joy had vanished from the world, never to be restored. The doleful silence was broken at length by the sound of the kitchen latch. Heathcliff had returned from his watch earlier than usual, owing, I suppose, to the sudden storm. That entrance was fastened, and we heard him coming round to get in by the other. I rose with an irrepressible expression of what I felt on my lips, which induced my companion, who had been staring towards the door, to turn and look at me.
I'll keep him out 5 minutes, he exclaimed. You won't object?
No, you may keep him out the whole night for me, I answered. Do put the key in the lock, and draw the bolts. Earnshaw accomplished this ere his guest reached the front door. He then came and brought his chair to the other side of my table, leaning over it, and searching in my eyes a sympathy with the burning hate that gleamed from his. As he both looked and felt like an assassin, he couldn't exactly find that, but he discovered enough to encourage him to speak.
You and I, he said, have each a great debt to settle with the man out yonder. If we were neither of us cowards, we might combine to discharge it. Are you as soft as your brother? Are you willing to endure to the last, and not once attempt a repayment?
I'm weary of enduring now, I replied, and I'll be glad of a retaliation that wouldn't recoil on myself. But treachery and violence are spears pointed at both ends. They wound those who resort to them worse than their enemies.
Treachery and violence are just a return for treachery and violence, cried Hindley.
Mrs. Heathcliff, I'll ask you to do nothing but sit still and be dumb. Tell me now, can you? I'm sure you would have as much pleasure as I in witnessing the conclusion of the fiend's existence. He'll be your death unless you overreach him, and he'll be my ruin. Damn the hellish villain. He knocks at the door as if he were master here already. Promise to hold your tongue, and before that clock strikes, it wants 3 minutes of 1. You're a free woman. He took the implements which I described to you in my letter from his breast, and would have turned down the candle. I snatched it away, however, and seized his arm. I'll not hold my tongue, I said. You mustn't touch him. Let the door remain shut and be quiet.
No, I've formed my resolution, and by God, I'll execute it, cried the desperate being. I'll do you a kindness in spite of yourself, inherit injustice, and you needn't trouble your head to screen me. Catherine is gone. Nobody alive would regret me or be ashamed, though I cut my throat this minute, and it's time to make an end.
I might as well have struggled with a bear or reasoned with a lunatic.
That's, an unflattering, that's not a great way to be talking about mental health, but we're also being placed in a period of time. So, where mental health was not really prioritized.
The only resource left me was to run to a lattice and warn his intended victim of the fate which awaited him. You'd better seek shelter somewhere else tonight, I exclaimed in a rather triumphant tone. Mr. Earnshaw has a mind to shoot you if you persist in endeavoring to enter.
You'd better open the door, he answered, addressing me by some elegant term that I don't care to repeat.
I shall not meddle in the matter, I retorted again. Come in and get shot, if you please. I've done my duty. With that, I shut the window and returned to my place by the fire, having too small a stock of hypocrisy at my command to pretend any anxiety for the danger that menaced him. Earnshaw swore passionately at me, affirming that I loved the villain yet, and calling me all sorts of names for the base spirit I evinced. And I, in my secret heart and conscience, never reproached me. Thought what a blessing it would be for him should Heathcliff put him out of misery, and what a blessing for me should he send Heathcliff to his right abode. As I sat nursing these reflections, the casement behind me was banged on to the floor by a blow from the latter individual, and his black countenance looked blightingly through. The stanchions stood too close to suffer his shoulders to follow. So this is Heathcliff coming in, again with the racialized language. And I smiled, exulting in my fancied security. His hair and clothes were whitened with snow, and his sharp cannibal teeth, revealed by cold and wrath, gleamed through the dark, which also is racialized language, and calling him a cannibal, comparing him to be more animalistic than a man, even though he's just trying to get in the house.
Isabella, let me in, or I'll make you repent. He gurned, as Joseph called it.
I cannot commit murder, I replied. Mr. Hindley stands sentinel with a knife and a loaded pistol.
Let me in by the kitchen door, he answered.
Hindley will be there before me, I answered. And that's a poor love of yours, and that cannot bear a shower of snow. We were left at peace in our beds, as long as the summer moon shone. Hi, buddy. He's making an announcement. Hello. Okay. Heathcliff, if I were you, I'd go stretch myself over her grave and die like a faithful dog. The world is surely not worth living in now, is it? You had distinctly impressed on me the idea that Catherine was the whole joy of your life. I can't imagine how you think of surviving her loss.
He's there, is he? Exclaimed my companion, rushing to the gap. If I can get my arm out and I can hit him.
I'm afraid, Ellen, you'll set me down as really wicked, but you don't know all, so don't judge. I wouldn't have aided or abetted an attempt on even his life for anything. Wish that he were dead, I must, and therefore I was fearfully disappointed and unnerved by terror for the consequences of my taunting speech, when he flung himself on Earnshaw's weapon and wrenched it from his grasp. The charge exploded, and the knife, in springing back, closed into its owner's wrist. Heathcliff pulled it away by main force, slitting up the flesh as it passed on, and thrust it dripping into his pocket. He then took a stone, struck down the division between the two windows, and sprung in. His adversary had fallen senseless with excessive pain, and the flow of blood that gushed from an artery or a large vein. Damn. The ruffian kicked and trampled on him. The ruffian. It's like the other guy was the one with the knife. And dashed his head repeatedly against the flags, holding me with one hand, meantime to prevent me summoning Joseph. He exerted preterhuman self-denial in abstaining from finishing him completely, but getting out of breath, he finally desisted and dragged the apparently inanimate body onto the settle. There he tore off the sleeves of Earnshaw's coat and bound up the wound with brutal roughness, spitting and cursing during the operation as energetically as he had kicked before. Being at liberty, I lost no time in seeking the old servant, who, having gathered by degrees the purport of my hasty tale, hurried below, gasping as he descended the steps two at once.
What is there to do, now? What is there to do, now?
There's this to do, thundered Heathcliff, that your master's mad, and should he last another month, I'll have him to an asylum. And how the devil did you come to fasten me out, you toothless hound? Don't stand muttering and mumbling there. Come, I'm not going to nurse him. Wash that stuff away, and mind the sparks of your candle. It is more than half brandy.
And so ya been murthering on him? Exclaimed Joseph, lifting his hands and eyes in horror. If ever I seed a sight like this, may the Lord...
Heathcliff gave him a push on his knees in the middle of the blood, and flung a towel to him. But instead of proceeding to dry it up, he joined his hands and began a prayer, which excited my laughter from its odd phraseology. I was in the condition of mind to be shocked at nothing. In fact, I was as reckless as some malefactors show themselves at the foot of the gallows.
Oh, I forgot you, said the tyrant. You shall do that. Down with you. And you conspire with him against me, do you, viper? There, that is fit work for you.
He shook me till my teeth rattled, and pitched me beside Joseph, who steadily concluded his supplications, and then rose, vowing he would set off for the Grange directly. Mr. Linton was magistrate, and though he had 50 wives dead, he should inquire into this. He was so obstinate in his resolution that Heathcliff deemed it expedient to compel from my lips a recapitulation of what had taken place, standing over me, heaving with malevolence, as I reluctantly delivered the account in answer to his questions. It required a great deal of labor to satisfy the old man that he was not the aggressor, especially with my hardly wrung replies. However, Mr. Earnshaw soon convinced him that he was still alive. He hastened to administer a dose of spirits, and by their succor, his master presently regained motion and consciousness. Heathcliff, so he really beat the shit out of him. Damn. Heathcliff, aware that he was ignorant of the treatment received while insensible, called him deliriously intoxicated, and said he should not notice his atrocious conduct further, but advised him to get to bed. To my joy, he left us after giving this judicious counsel, and Hindley stretched himself on the hearthstone. I departed to my own room, marveling that I had escaped so easily. This morning, when I came down about half an hour before noon, Mr. Earnshaw was sitting by the fire, deadly sick. His evil genius, almost as gaunt and ghastly, leaned against the chimney. Neither appeared inclined to dine, and having waited till all was cold on the table, I commenced alone. Nothing hindered me from eating heartily, and I experienced a certain sense of satisfaction and superiority, as at intervals I cast a look towards my silent companions, and felt the comfort of a quiet conscience within me. After I had done, I'd ventured on the unusual liberty of drawing near the fire, going round Earnshaw's seat, and kneeling in the corner beside him. Heathcliff did not glance my way, and I gazed up, and contemplated his features almost as confidently as if they had been turned to stone. His forehead that I once thought so manly, that I now think so diabolical, was shaded with a heavy cloud. His basilisk eyes were nearly quenched by sleeplessness, and weeping, perhaps, for the lashes were wet then. His lips, devoid of their ferocious sneer, and sealed in an expression of unspeakable sadness. Had it been another, I would have covered my face in the presence of such grief. In his case, I was gratified. And ignoble as it seems to insult a fallen enemy, I couldn't miss the chance of sticking in a dart. His weakness was the only time when I could taste the delight of paying wrong for wrong. Fie, miss, I interrupted. One might suppose you had never opened a Bible in your life. If God afflicts your enemies, surely that ought to suffice you. It is both mean and presumptuous to add your torture to his. In general, I'll allow that it would be, Ellen, she continued, but what misery laid on Heathcliff could content me, unless I have a hand in it. I'd rather he suffered less, if I might cause his sufferings, and he might know that I was the cause. There are such toxic people in this book. But, I mean, if she is also being abused, then, like, her getting revenge makes sense and is valid. Oh, I owe him so much. On only one condition can I hope to forgive him. It is, if I may take an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, for every wrench of agony, return a wrench, reduce him to my level. As he was the first to injure, make him the first to implore pardon. And then, why then, Ellen, I might show you some generosity, but it is utterly impossible I can ever be revenged, and therefore I cannot forgive him. Hindley wanted some water, and I handed him a glass, and asked him how he was. Not as ill as I wish, he replied, but leaving out my arm, every inch of me is as sore as if I'd been fighting with a legion of imps. Yes, no wonder, was my next remark. Catherine used to boast that she stood between you and bodily harm. She meant that certain persons would not hurt you, for fear of offending her. It's well people don't really rise from their grave, or last night she might have witnessed a repulsive scene. Are you not bruised and cut over your chest and shoulders? I can't say, he answered, but what do you mean? Did he dare to strike me when I was down? He trampled on and kicked you and dashed you on the ground, I whispered, and his mouth watered to tear you with his teeth, because he's only half a man, not so much. Mr. Earnshaw looked looked up like me to the countenance of our mutual foe, who, absorbed in his anguish, seemed insensible to anything around him. The longer he stood, the plainer his reflections revealed their blackness through his features. Again, the racialized language and talking about him. Oh, if God would give me but strength to strangle him in my last agony, I'd go to hell with joy, groaned the impatient man, writhing to rise, and sinking back in despair, convinced of his inadequacy for the struggle. Nay, it's enough that he has murdered one of you, I observed aloud. At the Grange, everyone knows your sister would have been living now, had it not been for Mr. Heathcliff. That's rude to put on him. After all, it is preferable to be hated than loved by him. When I recollect how happy we were, how happy Catherine was before he came, I'm fit to curse the day. Most likely, Heathcliff noticed more the truth of what was said than the spirit of the person who said it. His attention was roused, I saw, for his eyes rained down tears among the ashes, and he drew his breath in suffocating sighs. I stared full at him and laughed scornfully. The clouded windows of hell flashed a moment towards me. The fiend, which usually looked out, however, was so dimmed and drowned that I did not fear to hazard another sound of derision. "Get up and be gone out of my sight," said the mourner. I guess he uttered those words, at least, though his voice was hardly intelligible. "I beg your pardon," I replied, "but I loved Catherine too, and her brother requires attendance, which, for her sake, I shall supply. Now that she's dead, I see her in Hindley. Hindley has exactly her eyes. If you had not tried to gouge them out and made them black and red, and her, well, maybe you shouldn't have locked him outside." "Get up, wretched idiot, before I stamp you to death," he cried, making a movement that caused me to make one also. "But then," I continued, holding myself ready to flee, "if poor Catherine had trusted you and assumed the ridiculous, contemptible, degrading title of Mrs. Heathcliff, she would soon have presented a similar picture. She wouldn't have borne your abominable behavior quietly. Her detestation and disgust must have found voice." The back of the settle and Earnshaw's person interposed between me and him, so instead of endeavoring to reach me, he snatched a dinner knife from the table and flung it at my head. It struck beneath my ear and stopped the sentence I was uttering, but pulling it out, I sprang to the door and delivered another, which I hope went a little deeper than his missile. Damn. Okay, I'm going to stop it there. This is a longer chapter. Okay. That's going to be it for me today, but thank you for being here. We'll be talking more about deconstructing patriarchy through queerness and gender fluidity tomorrow. Okay. Thank you for being here. It was nice chatting with you. I hope you have a good rest of your day, good rest of your evening, wherever you are, and I will see you tomorrow. Okay, bye.